Welcome back to the State of the Union conference in beautiful Florence at the European University Institute. This is the 10th edition of this high-level event, which is annual, and every time we focus on reflection, high-level reflection on the future of the European Union. This year, in 2021, we are focusing on one theme. This is Europe in a changing world. And this is what we're discussing here over 2 days of the conference. That's today and tomorrow during this edition. We have over 150 speakers, and we're very much encouraging all of you to also participate here with us. This is a hybrid edition of the conference, which means all of you watching online are also participating. Now, there are a few ways you can do that. You can watch the stream on the website. You can also go on the platform on Swoop card. You can also post their questions there and leave your comments in the Q&A section. Or you can also go on the social media. And when you're using the hashtag SOU2021, we're going to be hearing your comments and your views and questions on what do you think when it comes to Europe in a changing world. As we heard today already at the opening address, particularly by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, it's all about reshaping Europe and doing that for decades ahead. Now, we are starting the afternoon sessions, and the program is very, very packed. Do not forget to tweet us or to ask your questions. There are 3 streams also on the website. You can watch all of them, and you can watch as many sessions as you can there. And we will be back very shortly for our next session, and Marco Del Panto, Secretary General of the European University Institute.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this panel on the soft power of the European Union. For this panel, I am pleased to let everybody know that we have a special panelist, the Prime Minister of Albania, Mr. Edi Rama, whom we thank to be here with us. And the panel will be moderated by Marta Dassù, Senior European Advisor at Aspen Institute of Italy and former Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Italy. So this panel is on the soft power of the Union. Why did we choose this item? The EU is certainly not a military power. It is not a state. But it is often said that it's certainly present in global affairs, in international affairs, and it's been very effective, especially towards its neighbors. It is often said that the enlargement process is the most powerful means at the disposal of the Union. Also, the neighborhood policy has been very effective in creating an area of peace, stability, and relative prosperity at the borders of the European Union. But this is based on the power of attraction of the Union. This is the means that we have at our disposal, and this is based on the wish of these countries to join the Union when it's the case, or to have closer ties with the Union. And the question is it still the case? These countries are still wishing to join the Union or to have closer ties, or is there a kind of enlargement fatigue? These are the things that we will explore during today's panel. And to answer these questions, I'd like to pass the word to Marta Dassù, who will moderate the panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marco. It's a real pleasure. My duty will be to try to stick to the timing. We just have 1 hour and a wonderful panel. Edi Rama was already introduced. By the way, Edi, you just won a crucial political election in your country, so well done. We will discuss the implications for the accession negotiations to the EU. But then we have on the screen David McAllister, hello, who is member of the European Parliament and chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. Melter Mulfuterbach, she is professor of international relations at the Sabanci University, and Ivan Vojvoda, who is permanent fellow at the Institute of Human Sciences. Ivan, you spent a lot of time in the United States. You are from Serbia yourself, so you can give us a hint of how the accession process is going on, how the enlargement is perceived in the region. Marco already introduced the topic. We have a credibility crisis of both processes, enlargement and the neighborhood policy. We left, as Europeans, a lot of room, in my view, to China, Russia, and Turkey, I have to say, in the region. We have tense relationship with Turkey. We will discuss this problem with Melter in particular. And we have to decide what would you like to do with the enlargement process, which has been de facto a substitute for foreign policy vis-à-vis the region. So let's start with Edi Rama. You won these crucial elections. How do you think that this result is going to affect the negotiations with the EU? Because after all, your people, the Albanians, they remain very much in favor of membership, and still this is a highly polarized society in this moment. So which is your feeling now?
Yeah, thank you. It's absolutely true that in Albania there is no importance who wins and who loses in terms of elections when it comes to the European Union, because the Albanian public opinion is very much pro-EU and very much Western-oriented. And by no doubt, the European path is not one of the choices for us, but it's the only and the ultimate choice. And if it is true for some other countries in the region that there are other actors with quite an important influence, this I don't think is true for Albania, because with all the others we have different kind of relations, but none of them is a potential substitute of the European Union as our goal, as our destination, as our partner. So, yeah, I think there are many issues that we have to deal with in this period of time.
I see that you, Mr. Prime Minister, you bought a lot of Chinese vaccine, for instance, Sinovac. And the guess is whether you see in this relationship with China an important relationship, how much it is so, because after all, we are trying to realign ourselves as European in front of this big, huge competition with China. Don't you think it will become a problem?
No, we were left out of the scheme of distribution of the vaccines in the beginning. And when I say we, not just Albania, but the whole countries of the Western Balkans. So this neighborhood in the middle of Europe, surrounded by EU borders, was practically isolated from the rest in terms of the capacities to fight the pandemic. And we had to make our own run and to make our own efforts individually, all the countries. For us, it went well. We got a direct contract with Pfizer. Then we got same with AstraZeneca. And to be accurate, we didn't get Sinovac from China.
From Turkey.
We got Sinovac from the distributor in Turkey. And I would say that our relations with China are absolutely, let's say, normal. And the normal in this relations is nothing special, nothing special.
Thanks a lot. The real problem are reforms. When we think in terms of getting a new member into the European Union, clearly we link all that to important internal reforms. And I have to say your country made a lot of progress and the European Union already recognized that. Do you think that you need something more, especially on judicial reform and the fight against organized crime?
I think we need to assess, first of all, who is the most eligible source to talk objectively about our reforms and our results. And I think there is nowhere in Europe better placed than the European Commission to say objectively, based on facts and based on a very, very strict and systematic monitoring of all the process where we stand. And we have learned in the hard way that no matter what, there are always two levels of appreciation. One is the, let's say, more technical level of the Commission, which has a whole staffed delegation in Albania, following up 24/7 all the events, all the progress. And then you go to another level, which is more political and more subjective. And we stumble there. It's fine. We understand it. The important for us is to continue and do what we are doing, because it's not that we have to do it based on what people in Brussels or Berlin or Paris or wherever ask, but it's what we have to do for our children and for the future of our country. So these reforms are beneficial to the country, are the reforms that we need to do for the next generations, and we do them. And then we have to be patient. We have learned it, so we are very patient until the appreciation is made also in the level of the political decision-making in the Council, because we know very well that different dynamics in different countries are more and more influential on the decisions, and it's not necessarily about what you do. Of course, what you do is important, but it's also very important what they need in that moment. And so we had faced it several times, and now nothing surprises me. We can do all needed, and we can still be in limbo. It's fine, no problem. We know that what is important is to do our job, and we know that beyond that we don't have much power to change things. So if one country has elections next 6 months, another country has a problem with, I don't know, political debate on immigrants, another country needs to make a statement about enlargement. So to have everyone in full consensus about the next step for us or for others, it's more and more difficult.
You're right, it's a bit sad to say so, but it's the reality. Yesterday, in any case, in London, the G7 foreign ministers gave an important backing to the actual opening of these negotiations with your country and North Macedonia. There was this famous veto by Bulgaria, but that was overcome. Listen, can you tell us your perception on the Kosovo problem at this point? Because there is a sort of German and Franco non-paper circulating around. There was some polemics about the fact that the Premier of Kosovo voted in your elections, and then clearly there is the posture of Serbia. What do you think? It's a solvable issue at this point?
I think that, first of all, our best way to move further is to agree to disagree on what is not solvable in the immediate time, and to work together with all the countries in the region on what is possible. And in my view, we have to do all our best to achieve a regional Schengen area where the 4 freedoms of Europe are applied. So freedom of movement of people, goods, capital, services should be applied for all the countries. And so we have a much larger space of economic and social interaction. And of course, this will also help to make the atmosphere more benign when it comes to go to the hot topics. On the other hand, I strongly believe that it's crucial, it has always been, and it's crucial what Germany and France will want to do in that regard when it comes to the Serbia-Kosovo dialogue, because it has been dragging on for a long time, and sometimes it has been seen, I think not correctly, but still, this has been the feeling in both countries as something left in a lower level than the top level. And I think bringing it up to the top level and having both the Chancellor of Germany and the President of France full hand in it, of course,
Sure.
with all the others involved in their daily job will be absolutely very, very important, because otherwise I don't see how the both sides can do it in their own, which would have been the best, but I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, let me involve David McAllister in this conversation about the future of enlargement. Hello, David from Brussels. I see you on my screen. Maybe you can comment on that. Do you think that the enlargement process is still alive or stalled? And do you have a question or a message to pass through to the Prime Minister of Albania? Please, David.
Thank you, and warm greetings from the European Parliament here in Brussels. First of all, dear Edi Rama, let me congratulate you to your victory at the parliamentary elections in Albania, and good luck for the new term, and good luck for the future development of your country. As chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the European Parliament, of course, I'm following the enlargement process very carefully. I believe that enlargement still has a future, and all 6 countries of the Western Balkans have a European integration perspective. Now, we often talk about what enlargement countries have to deliver, and we know how challenging it is to fulfill all the criteria, the political, the economic, and the judicial criteria. But I would like to talk also about the European Union's responsibility. Our credibility depends on our ability to effectively operate as a community of jointly agreed rules and values. And let me be very clear, internally and externally, with no double standards. And coherence, the rule of law, reconciliation and solidarity are the foundations on which the European Union's soft power rests. But this can be undermined. Fragmentation, unilateralism, democratic backsliding, and if you then add hybrid interference campaigns, including disinformation, you will receive the full perception of where the EU and its enlargement policy stands today. And then that's one point what I see critically: delays in fulfilling promises made by the EU member states do not help the collective EU credibility. And I would like to name here the promise given to Kosovo for visa-free travel, and also the promise to begin accession negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania. So we also have to deliver, and I do hope that we can move forward in this term with opening further chapters with Montenegro and Serbia, and also kicking off, finally, the accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia.
Thanks a lot, David. Maybe before turning to the Turkey issue, which is a big issue a bit later on, Ivan, maybe on this Kosovo issue again, do you have something to add, especially on the perspective from Serbia, maybe? Please, Ivan. You have to.
Thank you very much, Marta, and it's great to be with you all. And I also congratulate the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, and I had the pleasure of spending a week in his lovely country just recently. Specifically on Kosovo, I don't have much to add to what the Prime Minister said. I think it's very important to keep the lines of communication open, the dialogue. It was important that the EU Commission and Council received both President Vučić and Prime Minister Albin Kurti during the last week, met all the highest officials, and I think messages were very clear, both on domestic reform, the need to comply with the acquis communautaire. High Rep Josep Borrell was clear to President Vučić that the democratic reform, alignment with EU foreign policy, and continuing the negotiations with Kosovo to achieve full normalization were very clear. And of course, the messages to Prime Minister Kurti. So just as Prime Minister said about elections getting involved in movement forward on a number of issues, so elections in our Western Balkan regions do slow down the process of negotiations, because we have to wait for political stability in the countries. Nonetheless, I would like to state very clearly, we, both citizens and leaders that we elect in the region, have to ask ourselves the question: do we want a situation like between India and Pakistan and have an unresolved Kashmir issue for 70 years, or an unresolved Cyprus issue for 45 years? And simply, is the status quo something that is conducive to what all countries have decided, and that is joining the European Union? That has made it very clear that you cannot enter if you have unresolved territorial issues.
Sure. This is a typical issue on which, in any case, the European Union show important divisions. David, don't you think that to make a real step forward in the direction of what Ursula von der Leyen declared, the need for a geopolitical union, in a sense, we will need to apply a different criterion, a majority question, also in foreign policy and security, because otherwise these divisions will continue to play an obstructive role, to put it this way.
On Kosovo, just to add what Ivan just said, Prime Minister Kurti was in the Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament last week. He was meeting all high-level representatives of the European institutions, and across party lines, we made very clear that the dialogue is the only way forward, and hopefully we can get the dialogue now going in June with a high-level meeting between President Vučić and Prime Minister Kurti. Now, when it comes to foreign affairs in general, the European Union, on Monday we will see the kickoff of the new conference on the future of Europe. And my wish is that also this conference on the future of Europe will perhaps come up with some new, fresh ideas. What can we actually do to become stronger, better, more effective, and more assertive as regards our European foreign and security policy? When it comes to trade, we're a global power. We have eye level with any power in the world. But when it comes to foreign affairs, security, and defense, we all know that there is a lot of untapped potential which we need to unleash. Or as former Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker rightly said, it's about Weltpolitikfähigkeit, creating one of these new German words, but we all understand what is meant. I think 3 points are key. First of all, we need a joint strategy as European Union. Second, we need to be much more united. And third, we have to combine the strong elements we have as regards soft power with more and more hard power. And that's why the further development of the common security and defense policy of the European Union is, in the end, linked to strengthening a CFSP. Many, many proposals have been made by many institutions. Also, the European Parliament has been very clear with our concrete proposals in our annual reports what we could do. I do hope that Josep Borrell will be able to reform the foreign policy of the European Union, and that the Geopolitical Commission, which is a big word, will then actually also be fully implemented in practice.
Thank you, David. Two questions from you, from the floor, also from the audience. One is, what could Albania has to offer to the EU in terms of security and geopolitics? If you could reply, Mr. Prime Minister, adding two subsets, if I may. One on the relationship with Turkey, which is becoming an actor in the Western Balkans, a very important one. And the other one on regional cooperation, because you are one of the leaders of this regional cooperation exercise, and we would be interested to know a bit more about it. Please, and then I move to Mufta.
I think on one side for us, and sometimes it's struggling to make it clear because there are different opinions coming from outside about our way to approach Europe. Is very, very clear that for us, Europe is not an alternative to anything. Europe for us is a religion. Europe for us is a place that has the same value today than it had when the founding fathers imagined it. So maybe we are naive, maybe we are like everyone before a marriage that is so much enthusiastic about it, that doesn't want to know about alternative experiences on the marriage, but this is what it is. So we don't see any other factor or actor as an alternate to Europe. And as I said, for us, the integration process is a fantastic tool to modernize our country and to make Albania a full-fledged European state, ready to become member of the European Union, but member or not member, to be a European state. And on the other hand, I strongly believe, and this is, of course, the humble view of the Prime Minister of the small Albania, but still I have a very strong view on it that European Union needs us, not only Albania, but the Western Balkans, as much as the Western Balkans needs the European Union. It's not, and exactly for the exactly same purposes as some players or some actors advocate the contrary, for the purpose of more secure, more safe, more integer union. It's absolutely not clear to me how it can be a discussion about that, to have this neighborhood that is surrounded by the European borders, by EU borders. We are surrounded by EU borders. We are within Europe. Sure. And to have this neighborhood not fully integrated, but just like a possible gray zone where other interests and other actors can interfere, it's, I think, very, very obvious that the option of full integration is much more feasible and much more safe than the option of whatever, collaboration by leaving space for others. And as for Turkey, I have my strong view that Turkey is fundamental for the security and the safety of the European Union, and there is no question about that. So now the history of this relation is too long and too complicated, but on the other hand, by no doubt, in my view, Turkey is key for the safety and security of the European Union, and the European Union is, in my view, key for a stronger Turkey. So when it comes to the region, I have to say, and when it comes to Albania, I have to make it very clear, we have a very good relation with Turkey. It's a traditional relation. For us, Turkey is a strategic partner. Our relation with President Erdogan is excellent, but I want to make it very clear there is no sign, not fact, but sign of what some sources have claimed and continue to claim that President Erdogan and Turkey are exercising in Albania or in the region. I don't know, maybe some things can be discussed when it comes to Bosnia and Herzegovina, but not now, before. About the so-called Ottomanization, neo-Ottomanization, all this bullshit. There is nothing of the sort. And I'm sometimes angry when I see and I read total fake news about mosques being built in Albania to exercise this kind of influence about whatever else. No, it's not true. When it comes to mosques, we are very thankful about a whole project of restoration of national heritage sites, being mosques or being churches or being other holy places, where we have had also, among others, from European Union, from different donors, also the contribution of the Turkish side. And this is it. This is it. And the other thing is the Mosque of Tirana, where they have contributed to the Muslim community after having had the big cathedral and the big Orthodox, so Catholic and Orthodox cathedral. The big mosque is the one missing, and the Turkish Muslim community has contributed to that. So I don't see in any way any kind of. We have, for example, the issue of maritime delimitation with Greece. It's an issue that enters in the category of problems that concern also Greece and Turkey, but never ever we had any kind of push, any kind of influence from the Turkish side to do whatever in that regard. We are completely independent, free and sovereign, and nothing of that.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Let's have a round on Turkey then, starting with Professor Muftullah Bach. I don't know, have you seen this very recent poll from the German Marshall Fund on Turkish opinion on the European Union? That was very interesting because on the one side, more than half of the population remains pro-European at heart, 62%, if I'm right, among the young population. But then there is a very, very high skepticism about the possibility of becoming a member. Please, Melter, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Marta. Now, the German Marshall Fund public opinion survey was conducted in 2017. And the end result is not surprising in the sense that Turkey always had a very strong European vocation. And I think one of the things that we need to underline and note here is the fact that, and I'm just repeating something that some of you might already be familiar with, is the fact that Turkey has applied to become part of the European Economic Community, the EU's predecessor, in 1959. And along with the Greeks. And Greece and Turkey have this very special status. And after the Greeks have become members in 1981, it only left Turkey with that kind of a status. They were given this associate membership position, which brought an eligibility for eventual membership, the Ankara Treaty. And Turkey's European vocation, I think, is very straightforward. It never changed in terms of the dedication to become part of the larger European order and eventually to join the European Union as a full member. And one of the most important things that we need to underline here, which is directly part of the theme of the panel, the soft power of the European Union, we need to note here is that the EU has been a very, very effective player in bringing about significant political change in Turkey. And when it became a candidate country in Helsinki in 1999, the euphoria in the country was so high that everybody, every group, from the young to the old, from those who come from the more social democratic background to the more conservative parties, they were all more or less dedicated to preparing the country for eventual EU accession. So I call the period from 1999 to 2006, to a certain extent 2007, these golden years of Turkey's political change and Turkey's relations with the European Union. And then suddenly there was a rupture, in the sense that, and the rupture has a lot to do with some of the things that took place on the EU part, on the Turkish part as well. And I see the pattern emerging, which repeated in the Western Balkans, in the EU's, other countries with whom it has these new types of relationships. The European Union's credibility took a very heavy toll with number of vetoes. And I'll just give you one example. When in June 2007, the European Commission and the Turkish government together prepared these 3 different chapters that Turkey was ready for opening for negotiations, one of the heads of state in the European Council, and I'm not going to name him, said, no, I'm vetoing this. This is, Turkey is meeting the technical criteria for the EU accession in this chapter. And if we open this, that would preclude the fact that we have, we would be acceding, we would be negotiating accession, which is precisely why the negotiations were opened in 2005 to start with. So multiple signals, the open-ended nature of the negotiations, multiple chapters, vetoes that came from different member states, they all came together in creating a situation, the decision to have a referendum by the French and the Austrian governments, even if and when Turkey completes negotiation for all the 35 chapters, all added up to this, final conclusion. For the Turkish people, it meant that no matter what we did, preparing ourselves for, final accession, eventually something will happen, and that final outcome will never be accession. That in return harmed the European Union's credibility in the Turkish eyes. So I find it, admirable in the sense that Turkish people are still very much dedicated to both the goal of EU accession, and there is a very high level support, especially among the young people, age 20, age 18 to 24, supporting the EU accession.
Thank you. David, maybe there is one question from the audience, more or less in the same direction, that is that the stalling of the process has contributed itself to a certain backsliding of the internal situation in Turkey. And then there is the thesis exposed by Edi Rami, according to which the reality is that we need, as Europeans, to have a strong relationship with Turkey, in any case, for security reasons. Which is your view on that?
Well, needless to say that Turkey is indeed a country of strategic relevance, not only a neighbor, a major trading partner, and a NATO ally. But EU-Turkey relations have gone through a very difficult and unfortunate phase. And to put it in the briefest way possible, we need to strike a balance between dialogue and cooperation on the one hand, as well as standing up for our values we believe in on the other. And Turkey has now, for many years, pursued a continuous and, how can I put it in diplomatic terms, growing distancing from European values and standards, which conclude at least the already mentioned backsliding on the rule of law and fundamental rights, adopting regressive institutional reforms, and I want to be very clear here, pursuing a confrontational and hostile foreign policy, including towards the European Union as a whole, and especially our member states, Greece and Cyprus. And I think it's fair to say that Turkey needs to take the blame for the enormous amount of tensions which arose in the Eastern Mediterranean. And still, we reach out as European Union. I support the High Representative and Vice President Josep Borrell's approach to engage with Turkey in a phased, in a proportionate and reversible manner. The European Council will be meeting in June, and they will then take stock where we stand and take it from there. So the ball, and that's my final point, the ball is in the court of President Erdogan, but we need a real, sincere and sustainable commitment of the Turkish leadership to improve our relations. Action speaks, not words. And a final point on the enlargement process with Turkey. In the moment, things are in the deep freeze, and the European Parliament has been very clear that under these circumstances, it simply doesn't make sense to continue the negotiations. So, but when we won't decide this, it's up to the member states to decide, but the negotiations are in a deep freeze in the moment, full stop, and President Erdogan will have to answer these questions, not we.
Strong words, I have to say, but I personally agree. And what about yourself, Ivan?
On Turkey, you mean?
On Turkey, first of all, on Turkey and the Western Balkans.
No, well, I agree on Turkey. Clearly, as the Prime Minister said, is of strategic importance on the southern eastern flank of both the European Union and NATO. Given the crisis in the Middle East, Turkey has a role to play. But on the other hand, the backsliding of democracy, the internment of journalists, of civic society actors is not something that one wishes to see. And efforts to liberate some of them have unfortunately been unsuccessful. So I do agree that the ball is in Turkey's court to send out a hand and to calm down the situation. With regards to the Western Balkans and to the question posed in our panel, I do believe that the soft power in the EU neighborhood is still working, even though there is rightly fatigue that we witness. Some say that fatigue in EU member states, but fatigue of patience, of waiting in the Western Balkans. There have been rather radical proposals, take in all of the 6 Western Balkan countries immediately into membership. I remind this is 18 million people in the 6 countries, to sort of less radical ones, such as make all these countries candidates immediately and start negotiating. And I fully support the quickest possible opening of negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia, and what David McAllister said about giving visas to Kosovo. I think it's, to use maybe a strong word, outrageous that Kosovo does not have a visa-free travel regime, even though countries such as Ukraine and Moldova do. Kosovo is the only one that doesn't have that. And thus, I think that it's a combination that we need of both geopolitics and geoeconomics. The space that has been opened by a sort of waning of activity of the European Union in the region has allowed for the so euphemistically called third actors, whether it's China, Russia, Turkey, the Gulf states, to come in and do a variety of operations of investment and infrastructure. All of our countries need infrastructure, need highways, need higher speed railways. And I think that the European Union needs to wake up to the fact that it needs to come in either through the EBRD, through the European Investment Bank, or working closely with the World Bank to come in and occupy that space that where others have walked in. because this is really a new and changing Europe in a changed world. And I would like to add here something that we haven't mentioned. That is the role of the United States and the importance of NATO. Let me just remind that 3 member states of the Western Balkans, Albania, Montenegro, and North Macedonia, are full-fledged members of NATO. So the Euro-Atlantic umbrella has come over half of this region fully. And the fact that we have a new administration in Washington that has pledged to work on what in Washington is called, as you all, or some of you know, unfinished business of making Europe whole, free, and at peace, is very important. Because frankly, to go back for a second to the Serbia-Kosovo issue, I don't think we will see a normalization and a resolution without the United States and the European Union working hand in hand on this key unresolved territorial issue in the region. And thus a combination of the two is important. And there is a good sign, I think, in the meeting that President Vučić had with Ursula von der Leyen just last Monday, I believe, where she promised that there would be an investment significant of probably 700 million euros for building a high-speed railway between Belgrade and North Macedonia, which means to Greece and to Turkey on the other side.
Yeah, a very, very important point. I have one question for David McAllister from the audience concerning, you mentioned before the conference on the future of Europe, and the question is, do you think that representatives from the Western Balkans would be allowed to take part into this debate or not? They will take part or not?
I have always argued very actively that we definitely need to involve our 6 Western Balkan partner countries, and that we need some kind of engagement, some kind of participation of representatives from these 6 countries, parliamentarians, civil society. I'm not responsible for the setup of this conference, but we need them on board. I'll just tell you why. This is the conference on the future of Europe. And we want the Western Balkan countries to join our family of nations in the future. So that's why it makes sense, if we're already starting to discuss how the European Union of the next 50, 20, 25 years might look like, then we should already have representatives from our future members on board.
I would add also that politics is a lot about semantics, and it sounds not right when some countries that are European Union discuss future of Europe, not of European Union, future of Europe, and they completely dismiss a whole part of Europe, which is the Western Balkans. And I would say productive discussion about the future of Europe, again, not European Union, because if they discuss the future of the European Union, it's up to them to open or not open to others. But when it comes to the future of Europe, productive discussion would absolutely imply the inclusion not only of the Western Balkan countries, but also of Turkey, to just have a discussion, an open discussion that, of course, will lead to conclusions that then the European Union will take stock, the others will take stock, and will bring things in another level. I think there is a lot of need for open dialogue, open and inclusive debate, even when it comes to the Western Balkan conflicts, because without opening up the debate big time and without including in a very, very open and blunt way all the actors, then the risk is to stumble and at the end to always prefer the status quo instead of going for a change that absolutely need to have an inclusiveness in the basics, and need to have everyone feel on board, being or not being fully okay with the final assumptions.
I think this is a fair point. I suspect that the conference in reality is about the future of the European Union, I have to say.
But semantics is important.
Semantics is important, and there is always this confusion between the two terms. Melter and David, if it is possible, if we agree that the relationship with Turkey is for the moment being at least, but probably for a very long time, not about enlargement, not about membership. Which kind of relationship are we building up? For instance, modernization of the customs union is something of big interest for Turkey or not? The migration pact, which is important for the European Union. These two lines of communication are valuable or not, Melter?
Okay, let me actually, address this very quickly. But before I do that, let me also point out this fact that there are many Turkeys, and there is a tendency, especially when the European institutions, are dealing with Turkey, to oversimplify what Turkey is into generally one actor. And that's actually a mistake because, things change over time, and then power positions change, and there will be other actors in the future too. So it would be wrong to basically harm or eliminate the existing linkages with with Turkey based on certain current political situations in any in any country, in Turkey or in the European Union as well. Now, that being said, what kind of a future? This is what Marta is actually asking. Yes. What kind of a future are we looking at with regards to Turkey and the EU? And I don't see, despite the fact that, the negotiations are still on the table, nobody has frozen them. I totally agree with David that they are de facto frozen, and then nobody is admitting that. But that doesn't change the fact that Turkey and the EU belong together in multiple different ways. And it's not only trade or customs union or migration, it's also about, social interactions, education. I'm part of, major H2020 projects. I have these, European partners that I have been collaborating forever now, more or less. Two societies, European, if I take the EU societies as one and Turkish societies, they're very much integrated. So all of these ties are at such a level of development that I don't think it's going to be reversed. I don't see a rupture of Turkey-European Union in a sense that, with or without membership, there are totally different future scenarios. The modernization of the customs union is now, it has been on the table for the past 5 years, but it's now becoming a more reality. But with regards to security cooperation, migration cooperation, energy cooperation, justice and home affairs related matters, I think Turkey and the EU are now, part of what we call differentiated integration. So that's, it's going to remain part of the European order. Turkey is going to be part of the European order, but probably in a different format than a traditional form of a membership.
Thank you. David? And also there is one additional question from the audience. North Macedonia is going to become a new Turkey in the sense that these vetoes could in theory go on forever. So North Macedonia risks to become another Turkey in a small scale.
During my last visit to Turkey at the beginning of 2020, I once again, as you just said, got to know there is another Turkey. There is a democratic, liberal, open-minded, tolerant Turkey. A Turkey we got to know very well and was one of the reasons why the accession negotiations started in 1999. But in the moment we have to deal with the regime, with the government of President Erdogan, and unfortunately the violation of fundamental rights and freedoms simply remains the main obstacle to progress on any positive agenda that could be offered to Turkey as regards the enlargement process. We're simply going nowhere, and there's been a very unfortunate backsliding. But the other point is also important. As I mentioned, I support the High Representative in his approach to engage with Turkey in a phased, proportionate, and reversible manner. And from our point of view, this entails reviewing and possibly enhancing cooperation, for instance, in a number of areas of common interest, including the customs union or migration. But the first step needs to be a real change in Turkish attitude. And Ankara needs to understand we can only settle disputes in the Eastern Mediterranean through dialogue and not through unilateral threats. And that's why in practice, and here, the EU member states, Greece and Cyprus, have the solidarity and support of all other EU member states. We have to be very clear that we will simply not accept illegal drilling activities or any kind of similar behavior. And a final point, one big, or rather big elephant remains in the room, namely the issue of Cyprus. And this challenge remains connected to all Eastern Mediterranean conflicts. So in parallel, the European Union will continue to put extra effort to keep supporting United Nations activities to try to untie this knot.
Thank you. We really have 3 minutes left. So give me the possibility to let you know about the results of our polls. There was this first question: do you think that the European Union soft power has been effective in promoting democratization and Europeanization of the Western Balkans? And to my surprise, a large majority, yes, it was fairly effective, while a 33% reply not effective, but the majority thinks it is effective. So maybe our idea that the European Union is losing its soft power is a bit too pessimistic. And the other question was, which of these accession countries would you support for joining the EU sooner? Albania comes first in the list, 54%. North Macedonia second, 23%. Serbia to the very bottom, 0%. So I would ask 1 minute to Eddie and 1 minute to Ivan to comment on this last poll.
You know, with all we are experiencing, there is a new, fresh joke about Euro pessimism and Euro optimism in Albania, and the Euro optimists now, they say Turkey will become a member under Albanian presidency. The Euro pessimists say Albania will become a member under Turkish presidency. So you know, I think joining is a big word, and frankly, if you would ask me today, is Albania ready to be member of the European Union? I would say no, we are not ready to be member of the European Union. But what I don't understand is the postponing and postponing and postponing of starting the real work on the negotiations after the decision has been made.
Yeah, sure.
In 2018 to open the negotiations, because this is the real work the country needs. And then, you know, when it comes to accept or not to have a new member, first, this will need time. Second, our European friends can rely to the Turkish model and can say, no, wait, because we are not yet ready. But to keep the countries, or at this time Albania, in this kind of position to say no, and then we know very well why is no. It's no because some other countries have some other problems, And to add to the pile, you have to do this, you have to do that. No, you have,
Yeah.
but you have also to do this. It doesn't make really much sense, and it looks quite schizophrenic, if I would say. And then with this North Macedonian thing, and the Pandora box of history being opened, and entering the relations between a country and the European Union because of another country having historic problems to solve, this can become a big blow up for everyone. Imagine when Serbia will be there and Croatia will say, let's see a bit history because there is something there we need to sort out, or when Albania or Kosovo and Serbia. So we should not, we should avoid to put history in the middle of the European integration process.
I agree very much. I'm so sorry the time is up. Sorry, Ivan. We are at the
Can I
very
just say
end.
one sentence,
Half a
Marta?
second.
Just,
Half a
yes,
second.
if we were to have referenda on Sunday, in all of our countries, you would have full majorities wanting to join the European Union.
This is great. We lost the UK, but we are going to gain new countries. So let's hope so. Thanks to all of you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
And the State of the Union conference goes on, and after the session on EU soft power in neighboring regions, we are moving to our next one, this time on EU sanctions and what's their place in the world. This is the second panel on peace and human rights in this 2021 edition of the State of the Union conference at the European University Institute. On stage is the moderator for this session, Neha Jain, Professor of Public International Law and Co-Director, Academy of European Law at the European University Institute.
Welcome to this panel on peace and human rights at the 2021 edition of the State of the Union. My name is Neha Jain, and I'm delighted to moderate this panel entitled EU Sanctions, What is Their Place in the World Today? In December last year, the EU adopted a new instrument in its toolkit to promote human rights, its own global human rights sanctions regime. The sanctions instrument comes on top of other restrictive measures that the EU has been adopting for much longer. Some of these merely implement UN sanctions, but the EU also adopted so-called autonomous sanctions regimes, acting on its own motion to further its own common security foreign policy. What lessons can be learned from the experience of these sanctions and those of other sanctions regimes? Who feels threatened and who feels the pain? Are these sanctions smart enough? And what are the costs and benefits of these sanctions, for example, in areas such as peace negotiations or humanitarian aid? To help us answer these questions, we have with us today an extremely rich panel with the ultimate insider perspective on the implementation of EU sanctions and other sanctions regimes who deal with this on a daily basis. With me today, we have Betty Bigombe, former Senior Director of the Fragility, Conflict, and Violence Department in the World Bank Group, who had extensive experience in peace negotiations, including with proscribed groups such as the Lord's Resistance Army, and more recently in South Sudan. We have Emanuela Chiara Gillard, who's an Associate Fellow at the International Law Program at Chatham House, and a Senior Research Fellow at the Oxford Institute for Ethics, Law, and Armed Conflict. And finally, we have Commissioner Mairead McGuinness, Commissioner for Financial Services, Financial Stability, and Capital Markets Union in the European Commission, and in that capacity, responsible for the implementation of the EU's restrictive measures. And last, but absolutely not least, we have all of you fortunately joining us via the digital platform. Please open the live discussion tab at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, where you can submit questions in the live Q&A. And if all that is not enough, you can tweet about the session using the hashtag #SOU2021. Back to the substance, back to our panelists. Perhaps I could begin with your thoughts on the context in which EU sanctions operate. At present, there are about 14 UN sanctions regimes in the world. In addition to implementing these for the member states, the EU itself has introduced about 35 sanctions regimes. But the question is, how significant a player is the EU itself in the world of sanctions? Does it set the standard, or does it merely follow the standard that's set by others, such as the United Nations or the United States? In other words, what is the added value of EU sanctions and autonomous EU sanctions? Is there a Brussels effect? Commissioner McGuinness, this is very much your bailiwick, so perhaps we could start with you. What would you say is the added value of autonomous EU sanctions?
I do apologize, colleagues. I've done too many Zoom meetings today and my microphone was closed. So thank you for your patience. I was making the point that our sanctions are part of a multilateral effort. So they work best when they're implemented by the international community. And that's why the European Union, fully implements sanctions imposed by the UN. But we also, as you have rightly pointed out, are ready to impose autonomous sanctions. And really, we do that in pursuit of our own common policy and common foreign, and security objectives. Do our sanctions matter? I think they do. We're the world's largest single market with 27 member states, 440 million inhabitants. And I think our sanctions do have an impact. But of course, sanctions happen really as a last resort. We would rather that dialogue, diplomacy would avoid sanctions. But where it's unavoidable and we have concerns, then we do act. So yes, I think to your question, do they matter? Is there an effect? Yes, absolutely, there is. And I suppose for us, we need to try and maximize the impact of the sanctions that we impose. That involves us coordinating across our member states around implementation. And I think that where we have proper implementation, there is an effect, as you've asked rightly in the question. I think in addition, many countries would also align themselves with sanctions that the European Union puts in place. So for example, our EU candidate countries, or indeed potential candidates, countries in the EFTA, the EFTA, the European Free Trade Association, and indeed some other in the Eastern Partnership would mirror what the European Union does. And we have regular engagements with all of those countries on sanctions. And I suppose another point to make is that we would offer technical assistance to other countries on both EU and UN sanctions. And I think there is an interest from countries outside of the European Union in our experience and indeed our expertise when it comes to the use of sanctions. However, there is one area which does cause difficulties, and certainly we're not in the business of, so we do not apply sanctions extraterritoriality. So we restrict it to what is within our remit, and we act in full compliance with both international law and European Union law. And what we try to do is seek to extend the reach of our sanctions through cooperation and coordination with other partners. And that might be a point worth picking up with our other panelists. Sanctions, again, are one of the most important tools we have to promote our values. So peace, human rights, security at the global level. And, the total number of sanctions in place at the moment at 40 is high. And we are, the European Union, one of the key actors on sanctions globally, increasingly using sanctions as a mechanism to prevent conflict, to stop the proliferation of weapons, to combat human rights violations, and to respond to crises. So also we would use sanctions to deal with global threats, terrorism, cyber and chemical attacks, and more recently, human rights violations. This latest sanctions regime is a sign of our determination to protect and promote human rights around the world. And I think our citizens expect that. And it's something that Europe has done and will continue to do. The first package of listings adopted in March had a global reach. And the unacceptable reaction and retaliation that it triggered in some countries show that EU sanctions are not taken lightly. So very often when we impose sanctions, there is sometimes quite a dramatic impact. So in summary, what we do matters. It matters to us because we want to promote our values and to support human rights globally. And I think the response we get from our sanctions that are imposed show that they do, if you like, hit home and have an impact.
Thank you. And so that sounds like a very ambitious agenda and also a very forward-looking agenda. And as you emphasized, Commissioner, it matters not just for the people on the ground or the people on whom this has an impact, but also for the EU itself. Would you be on board with that, Ms. Gillard? You too have worked quite a lot on sanctions and seen the impact of EU sanctions, especially in the areas that you work on, which is humanitarian aid. Would you agree with the Commissioner?
In terms of the intended impact, how significant a player is the EU in terms of leading to a modification of behavior? In order to determine that, we've really got to focus on the contexts where the EU has adopted autonomous measures as opposed to merely giving effect to sanctions imposed by the UN. I think it's always very difficult to tell generally whether sanctions have actually modified the behavior. I think it's particularly challenging because in the context where the EU has adopted autonomous measures are frequently also the same ones where the US has adopted autonomous measures. And the US sanctions are really quite a heavyweight in terms of breadth, and in some contexts, US sanctions are akin to comprehensive sanctions, but also in terms of reach. The points of contact that bring into play US sanctions are extremely broad. So for example, US financial sanctions come into play the moment transactions go through, financial transactions are conducted in dollars and they become applicable. This makes it quite difficult, I think, to determine the impact in terms of modification of behavior, but also good practices that are adopted by the EU. They tend to be a bit drowned out by the practice of US sanctions in particular contexts. In terms of added value over and above UN sanctions, I think they are significant in terms of achieving policy objectives because they tend to be imposed in contexts where we have a stalemate in the Security Council. Syria, Ukraine, Myanmar. These are the moments where the EU can adopt its own autonomous sanctions to modify behaviors. You asked earlier about the Brussels effect. And as an observer, I would say this is probably something that you see more internally, and also as an opportunity for setting good practices for the other actors that are adopting similar measures. What do I mean by the internal Brussels effect? Well, I think EU sanctions are far more democratic. If you compare them to the Security Council, 15 member states impose the sanctions, which 193 member states are then obliged to implement and enforce with no opportunity to actually shape these sanctions. The situation in Brussels is very different. You have 27 member states that impose the sanctions, and the same 27 that must actually implement and enforce them. And this is actually extremely important because it means everyone has an opportunity to feed into the process for deciding whether to impose sanctions, for elaborating the actual restrictions, and as far as my area of work, the impact of sanctions on humanitarian action is concerned, the same 27 member states also have an opportunity to include safeguards to ensure that there isn't a negative impact on humanitarian action or a more general negative impact, and also to look at ways of improving this. So this is really an important Brussels dimension. Another Brussels effect is that EU sanctions are far more law-abiding. There's far greater judicial involvement, in particular in terms of reviewing of the listings of groups, of individuals. This is something that we see very much in relation to the EU sanctions. Personally, I would be very interested to see whether there would be any judicial interpretation of how EU sanctions actually comply with international humanitarian law, whether they actually do permit, in particular, humanitarian action to be conducted as foreseen by international humanitarian law. That's something that hasn't happened yet, but I think would be interested. And finally, to me, and very importantly, the Brussels effect in terms of the development of good practices that can be used as models elsewhere at UN level, but also domestically. And what do I mean by good practices? Good practices in terms of dialogue with all relevant stakeholders when the sanctions are adopted and throughout their implementations. Good practices in terms of the communications that the Commission has issued clarifying how EU measures actually work. This is extremely important for the variety of actors that must comply with them. And also good practices in terms of, again, as far as my area of work is concerned, safeguards to ensure that despite the sanctions, humanitarian action can continue. And I think here we really have an opportunity for the EU to show what is possible.
So that's interesting, the emphasis on the EU and the uniqueness that EU sanctions can bring. Ms. Bekombe, you've had experience on the ground, looking not just at sanctions from the EU perspective, but also the UN and the US, and what concrete impact they have on the ground. What would you say is the added value of EU sanctions in particular, given your experience?
Greetings, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our distinguished participants. I am actually in South Sudan, Juba, which has given me opportunity to interact with some senior government officials who have been sanctioned, but mainly by the US. My interaction was to find out what impact the sanctions have had on them and whether it works, or maybe, and if not, and what approach could be improved on some of these sanctions. First of all, EU sanction has more impact than probably the US. The reason is that for centuries, I'm talking in the context of Africa, Africa has interacted with Europe much longer than with the US. There's a history with colonialism, education, everything. I mean, mainly it's all from Europe. And therefore, whether individuals or countries that are sanctioned, it has that impact that maybe bank accounts are closed, maybe they cannot travel, maybe their children cannot go into Europe. So from that perspective, EU sanction has a huge impact. But you also have a situation, let me give Zimbabwe as an example. It had an impact in the sense that when the late President Mugabe became very dictatorial and the sanction was slapped by EU on Mugabe, the economy collapsed at the same time. And that acted as a catalyst to get Mugabe to soften his stance on democracy and also abuse of human rights. But at the same time, he kept on condemning it as an imperialism thing. He kept on saying it was nothing. And at one point, as the economy collapsed, and there was a lot of hardships in the country, where the currency became very weak. Basically, the basic services were not available. The people started blaming EU for their hardships. So the question now is, how do you balance that the sanction is actually meant for the betterment of the people, so that they could practice democracy, so that human rights abuse was addressed. So there's that angle that you need to, we need to understand how best can sanctions be administered in a manner that it does not affect the common man on the street, and consequently they start taking side with their leaders. Furthermore, we look at individuals' sanctions. Like I said, I'm here in Juba, and very many senior government officials have been sanctioned. Has it caused any behavioral change? Has it affected their lifestyle? Yes, somewhat. But going to your question on whether autonomous is better than joining hands, in my experience and from what I've seen, is that yes, it has an impact, but it would be very important to have that harmony between the countries, between the UN, the EU. Of course, I cannot talk about regional organizations because they would fight it. But I also found out that the government, tries to protect the individuals that have been sanctioned. So these are issues that call for more debates so that sanctions can have better impact than at the moment it is having. Have I run out of time or should I continue? The other thing, I talked about whether it brings in the behavioral change, or does the EU have any mechanism of evaluating the impact of these sanctions, whether it's on individuals? Like I said, I've interacted with some senior government officials in here. They bring out different issues. We were not given opportunity to defend ourselves. No letters were written to us. We just found out, it came out in the news. What if the people who gave information to EU or UN or to the US were just individuals who were against us for some reason or the other? So these are things that need to be discussed. How best, because there are challenges in here too, because they also feel their rights have been taken away from them by these sanctions. Right. Of course, it acts as a deterrent, but since sanctions started, has it been a deterrent really, so that other governments, and I know Africa better than any other place, so I'm talking in the context of Africa, if it's a deterrent, have other governments that have come in look at it that I don't want my country, or I don't want me as individual to fall in the same trap as the other people. So whether it's a deterrent that works or which works or doesn't work as a deterrent, we also need to get the narrative out so that there could be more debates on the impact of the sanctions. I think I'll stop there at the moment.
Thank you, and that's a very helpful reminder that a sanction is only as good as its implementation, and much will depend on the implementation. So that actually feeds very well into the second question that I had for the panelists, for all of you, which is what are the strengths and the weaknesses of the EU sanctions regime and of autonomous sanctions? So the EU was not the first player. It was perhaps the scrappy sibling who came after in terms of designing its own autonomous sanctions. But the EU had the benefit of other sanctions regimes that have gone before it, in particular the United States and the United Nations. So given that context in which the EU is the ambitious, scrappy, intelligent sibling, the younger sibling on sanctions, what are the main strengths and the weaknesses of these autonomous sanctions? If you could, I know this is a very broad question in some ways, so if you could just give me one strength and one weakness each of autonomous EU sanctions. And perhaps we would start with you, Ms. Bagombe, this time, as somebody who's also has vast experience in the other sanctions.
Are you starting with me?
Yes, please, thank you.
Yeah, I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier, is that it's very important that there's harmony. I mean, EU and the US and UN, they come out with the sanctions at the same time. Because you see, if somebody is sanctioned by EU, there's still a loophole that they take advantage of the US not being part of it. In the same vein, UN is slightly different because everybody is, all these countries are members of the UN, so it's slightly different. But to me, I see it as it will have better impact, more impact let me give example of the people here that I have met that have been sanctioned. They can still bank their money in Europe because the sanction was US. They can still travel to some parts of Europe because this was a US sanction. They can still send their children. They still have the leverage of carrying out their normal duties. It says, who wants to go to the US anyway? We can always go to Europe and deal with Europe. So once it's lopsided, I dare say, and forgive me here, that I have not really sat down to analyze that whether it serves the purpose effectively or it does not. Because if I can't do it in the US, if it's on the US, I can still deal with Europe, with European countries. So, and that, so I think it's very, very important. And I still, I won't talk about, the negative side is having autonomous. It doesn't really have that impact that we're looking for. Many countries would still get away if the sanction is on a country or a government, or if the sanction is on individuals. Once it's only done by US, it's still this, it gives room to maneuver and work with Europe or EU countries, if you will.
Thank you. Commissioner McGuinness, if then the ball falls in the EU's court, if people can still do business with Europe, what would you say are one of the main strengths and the main weaknesses of the autonomous sanctions?
Well, let me just say that Betty's experience is well worth listening to because she's on the ground and she's given us very interesting food for thought. I mean, very clearly, the more coordinated we are globally on sanctions, the better the effect. So if the US has sanctions and Europe isn't at the same time, you will obviously have this effect that has just been described. Equally, if the EU has sanctions and the US is not involved, you equally have that capacity for those who will try and overcome the sanction impact to have a positive result. So we're not actually achieving the benefits of coordination. Maybe to repeat the point that, sanctions are not just done overnight. They result from real concerns about what's happening, whether it's around human rights abuses or all sorts of things that are really should be dealt with in, through diplomacy, through political engagement. But when all else fails, you need sanctions. So to your question then around strengths and then challenges. I think the strengths are that our sanctions, and it was mentioned earlier, they're done by the entire, grouping of council of ministers. Sometimes we think it should be by qualified majority voting rather than by everyone agreeing. But because there is such a democratic vote in relation to our sanctions, they're part of a wider framework, if you like. So they're not just in isolation from our concerns around our policy, both security and foreign policy objectives. And therefore, there's a lot of discussion and debate around both our policy objectives and why sanctions are necessary. They're also, and I think this is an important point as well, they're imposed with full respect of due process and EU law. So that individuals and entities that find themselves subject to European sanctions know why they're being targeted. They can, and this has already been mentioned, challenge that listing before the European courts. So we are very, very open to that challenge, but equally we impose sanctions because we believe that we will not be found wanting in terms of compliance with our own legislation. Then in terms of the challenges, and I think Betty has really outlined some of those challenges. So how do we measure the effectiveness of our sanctions? And I suppose we should measure against our objectives. So do our sanctions at EU level limit access to funding that regimes, oppressive regimes, for example? Does it actually work from that point of view? Have they stopped at all this proliferation of weapons of mass destruction? And maybe the question is, what would the situation be like if we hadn't imposed sanctions? And it was actually something I wrote down while I was listening there, that to some extent there will be always an imperfection around sanctions. But equally, if we do nothing, there's a huge void that needs to be filled that diplomacy isn't filling. And therefore, the sanctions are imposed with that very much in mind, that we want to bring about change. We are making a very strong statement. So, achieving goals, not so easy when you have sanctions, but I think the statement is very strong. For us, implementation, effective implementation across all of our member states is really key. And that's something that comes under my remit. So in January, we adopted a communication which had several proposals around sanctions, and a number of goals were outlined in that. So this idea of targeted smart sanctions being effective, but a minimal disruption to the global market. I mean, this is the broad frame in which we work. Second is that we want information on how sanctions are implemented to flow seamlessly between European Union and our member states. So we need a lot of coordination around implementation. And then as a Commission, we want to support our member states so that they do apply all these sanctions in a uniform way and help business operators to navigate what can be very difficult territory around their obligations and what is prohibited under EU law. So I'll give you an example. The adoption of the EU Global Human Rights Sanctions Regime, that was accompanied by a guidance note to, if you like, ensure that we had uniform implementation from the very outset. And it was the first time we did this. I think it shows that the effective implementation of EU sanctions is a priority for us. It's something that we will continue to do. And I think this, uniform implementation, effective implementation, is also part of the European Union's credibility, as if you like, a regulatory power. And also it maintains the integrity of our own single market. So the work we're doing around ensuring effective implementation, first of all, we want to see it happen because that's why we have sanctions in place. Secondly, the member states also want to make sure that what they're doing is complying with the sanctions regime we have in place and that they're not found wanting. And I suppose the third issue is that when we do impose sanctions, we are making a very strong political statement. And I think to address a point that Betty rightly raises, we have to be very careful that we target effectively so that there isn't a spillover effect, an unintended consequence for people who may be vulnerable and who should not be impacted by sanctions. And this may be an issue that we will perhaps speak to at some point. But certainly I think from my side here, I think the strength is that they are taken, these decisions are taken not lightly, but taken in a very firm way, and that we also manage the implementation. And indeed, we've stepped up our work in that regard because in the past we have known where there were difficulties and our member states need adequate guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm hearing a couple of themes emerge from your two responses: the importance of coordination with other agencies, the importance of being very careful about the implementation and how focused that implementation would be. But also equally importantly, not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, which is to say that there will always be some areas which sanctions could not possibly address. And so being, again, very careful about running a counterfactual as to what would have been the case had the sanctions not been in place. Would you agree with some of those points, Ms. Gillard, in your assessment of the strengths and weaknesses?
In terms of strength, I agree with the points made by the previous speakers, and in particular, very much the targeted nature of the sanctions. As I said, I have been observing similar processes at New York level within the UN and in Brussels level, and I look to what's happening in Brussels as a model for elsewhere. And what strikes me is that there is a far more serene engagement and cooperation between the various stakeholders, so the different parts, EU member states, the Commission who are involved in the imposition, and the implementations of sanctions, but also with key external stakeholders in very much identifying what the potential pitfalls are and finding solutions. So the Commissioner mentioned understanding the unintended impact. Even targeted sanctions can have unintended impacts. And one of the strengths of the Commission is that in recent years, it has really taken steps to engage with the stakeholders who are suffering from these unintended impacts. And this I see as a strength, as an opportunity, and I see Brussels as really being at the forefront of finding ways both of clarifying this complex area of law and also setting examples. I think what would be welcomed from the outside, we've heard about the need for greater cooperation between the Commission and various member states when it comes to implementation. As an outsider, I would really welcome greater transparency. And I don't mean this in a negative way, but I think it would be very useful if the outside world could also hear more about how individual member states have actually implemented sanctions, how they have issued licenses and derogations, because it is really valuable to the other actors who are doing the same with their own sanctions. So externally, what is a challenge? Again, looking outside, does the UN, does the US, do they care? And I would say, are they even aware of what the EU does? And it's quite surprising. Frequently, there are EU member states that are frequently on the Security Council, but because of the silos within government, we cannot assume that a European member state that is on the Security Council even knows what the EU has done in terms of sanctions in Brussels and can then say, look, here's a good practice, let's try it out here in New York. That's as far as the UN is concerned. I think these challenges of lack of awareness are even starker when it comes to the US. Is the US aware? Does the US even care as to the good practices that may have been adopted at EU level? And it could be that there is a very good behind-the-scene dialogue between the European Commission and OFAC, so the part of the US Treasury that implements financial sanctions. It could be that it's there. It's not immediately apparent, including when one, as a researcher, speaks to these different bodies that are implementing sanctions. My experience is if different parts of government were siloed, I would say that when it comes to the parts of the US that are adopting sanctions, they're blinkered. I think that when we're looking at the US, and I keep on referring to the US because they are the heavy hitter, when they adopt sanctions, those are the ones that really shape the pain. And I think an additional challenge, if we're trying to share good practices developed in Brussels with the US, is that sanctions are an extremely political instrument when it comes to the US. Congress is very involved in their adoption with all the agendas that entails. So while I think that there's a huge opportunity for the EU to really bring up good models, the challenge is, will others be aware of them?
Absolutely, and again, an important reminder that those of us on the other side don't necessarily know how the sausage is made, of course, in terms of how the sanctions get designed, and what different agendas get thrown into the design of those sanctions. So now, very quickly perhaps, since we do want to take some questions from the audience as well, the last question, since all three of you actually have emphasized this, is the design, the actual design of the sanctions. Have those imposing the sanctions actually managed to design sanctions in such a way that they target the people and the individuals and the activities that are supposed to be targeted, while minimizing any sorts of collateral consequences of those sanctions? Are the sanctions, in other words, sufficiently flexible? Are they sufficiently nimble to be doing the sorts of work that we want them to be doing? Ms. Dillard, you've spoken quite a bit actually on this, on the targeting part. Do you think that the EU sanctions are sufficiently nimble, in fact?
So my work has focused on the unintended impact of sanctions on humanitarian action. And this most frequently, but not exclusively, arises in relation to financial sanctions, and in particular when they are imposed on groups that control territory where there are people in need of assistance, or key providers of services in contexts where humanitarian action needs to be conducted. So for example, key telecommunications providers in a context where, as part of COVID response, you need to ensure that children who are out at school can rely on internet providers, and these are sanctioned. Or situations, again, I mentioned Syria, where key commodities for humanitarian response, such as petroleum, for example, are subject to restrictions in trade, pursuant to trade sanctions. And I think that while EU sanctions are extremely targeted initially as imposed, their cascading or knock-on effects can be indiscriminate. And in fact, they can impact the most vulnerable sectors of the populations, those who are in need of humanitarian assistance. So I think that the EU has gone the first step in imposing very targeted measures, and now it has realized that that's not enough in and of itself, that it needs to refine the sanctions further to ensure that they do not impede humanitarian action. And I always say this is really not something that is insurmountable. But what we need to do is to show this flexibility, this nimbleness in including appropriate safeguards to preserve the capacity for humanitarian action to be conducted. And this is where we need to be quite granular in our analysis in terms of understanding what is necessary. And it depends context by context, restriction by restriction, what is problematic and what is the appropriate solution. And what is essential is a dialogue. It's what I've been saying throughout, a dialogue between the key stakeholders, the member states that are imposing the sanctions, the Commission in its important role in providing guidance, and those who are affected by it. And this is something that we are seeing beginning to happen in Brussels. This dialogue is necessary to identify the problems on the side of humanitarian actors, to understand the concerns that states may have in granting appropriate safeguards, and to craft the safeguards that strike the right balance between the two. And I don't think we have time to go into it now, but I think this is exactly what the EU did in relation to the restrictions on the purchase of petroleum products in Syria. Over the course of the years, it tailored them so that they could allow humanitarian action, but also address the concerns of the states in terms of abuse, but also that any exemptions would not undermine the policy objectives. I think that's what's important is establishing a procedural framework for such dialogue to occur in a systematic manner in relation to each security sanctions regime at key moments of this, before they're implemented and throughout their existence, and in a transparent manner. And by that I mean that all member states need to have the opportunity to participate in this. And nimbleness in the review. If we see there is a problem, it can be fixed.
Thank you. I could see, Ms. Begombe, I could see you nodding all the way away from Juba on the screen. Would you say that some of this experience is reflected in your experience on the ground as well when it comes to peace negotiations? I think you might be still muted, actually.
Yeah. Yes, the previous speaker said almost what I would have wanted to say. But let me start by saying that the forms of sanctions vary in context. I mean, if it's an arms embargo, human rights issues. So they're designed specifically for a particular crime, if I may say that. But that said, I also think it's the design sometimes, I'm looking for the right word to use, in that it's kind of almost cut and paste. Iran has done this, therefore it can be applied to another country. Well, they're country specific, but also sometimes it's not thorough enough to address the actual issues. But that said, I also want to emphasize that sanctions are very important, and the European ones, especially in Africa, because there's been more interaction for centuries between Europe and Africa. So the European sanctions actually have a stronger impact than what I would say even the UN ones, because UN is very general. And like I said, it helps in, I mean, but I question whether all of them have that deterrent effect on the other countries that probably are going the same route. But I also think that sanctions need to be reviewed from time to time. Because, for example, in conflict situations, the landscape is changing all the time. If it is an arms embargo, the borders are porous. Country B is cooperating with country A, which has been sanctioned. How can you ensure that country B does not help or support country A with embargo? I'm saying this because there are cases where arms embargo is slapped on a country, but a neighboring country, it doesn't even have to be a neighboring country, but another country is cooperating and still the weapons are smuggled. So in slapping sanctions on countries, we also need to understand how what the other measures that can make it effective, that need to come together with the sanction, so that if it is a human rights sanction on a government, for example, okay, what measures are there that the country will say, we didn't do it, it's but the status quo continues. Could the EU go back on the drawing table? It's working, but it's not having the exact impact that we've had. Maybe design it differently and come back and reinforce what is the sanction that has already been issued, so that it has that impact that we are all looking for. The other thing is, now thinking about Sudan, not South Sudan where I am, but the pace at which, if the country, if things improve, for example, human rights issues, the other government was overthrown in Sudan, but the lifting of the sanction is extremely slow. I do understand that it cannot be done overnight. Some of the individuals that might continue with the new regime probably participated in the old regime. So it should be studied carefully, but the pace is usually extremely slow, which is, as we all talked about earlier on, the spillover effect on innocent citizens. They don't feel they don't feel that change has now come. We can now, the sanction can be lifted and we can conduct all, our other activities. So that I thought also needs to be looked at. And even on individuals, the people I interacted here with, they said, okay, we were not given a chance to talk, to give our side of the story. They're challenging the decision. But on the other hand is asking, what do I need to do now so that the sanction is lifted on me? There's silence on that. So all this, I'm bringing up issues that I think probably could make sanctions have the desired impact we're looking for.
Thank you, Ms. Bagombe. I'm sorry, Commissioner, we don't have time to also go to you. It's such a rich discussion. But thank you, all of you, very much for joining us for a very rich and stimulating discussion. And thank you to our audience for watching, and stay tuned for the next panel in the Peace and Human Rights session on delivering the UN at 75, which starts at 18:55. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back to the State of the Union conference. This is day one and our afternoon sessions, and we've got plenty on the agenda and on the menu for you here from Florence. If you're watching us online, you of course can choose between the 3 streams. That's not easy, not an easy choice there, but for all of them, please, we're inviting you to share your questions and your comments on what do you think about Europe in a changing world. You can do so as you wish on the event platform, on the official website. Go to social media, use the hashtag SOU2021. We really are looking forward to hearing from you. And as before, these 2 days, we're going to be focusing on 8 topics. Among them, they're going to be global economy, autonomy, we're going to be talking public health, we're going to be talking geopolitics, and we're going to be also talking artificial intelligence. And the next session is on promises and challenges of artificial intelligence post-COVID-19. And let me hand over now to the moderator for this session. Please welcome Madeleine de Kock-Buening, professor at the European University Institute School of Transnational Governance.
Hello, very welcome to you all. It's exciting to be talking with you about the promises and challenging of artificial intelligence post-COVID-19. I start with special welcome to Commissioner Maria Gabriel, who is the EC Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, and has a strong vision on innovation and research on AI. It is a pleasure to see you today at the State of the Union. Before I get back to Commissioner Gabriel with some questions, let me first briefly introduce today's 2-part panel on AI. The development on artificial intelligence boosts global economic growth and can provide unprecedented opportunities for sustainable digital development worldwide. However, AI can also bring risks and negative consequences for citizens. Concerns about AI disrupting social interaction, discriminating, or replacing humans at work are widespread. AI governance requires careful steering between stimulating innovation and building societal trust. In the post-COVID-19 recovery, there is a very important window of opportunity to shape the development of human-centric AI. Just 2 weeks ago, on April 21, the European Commission proposed new rules and actions to turn Europe into, mind you, the global hub for trustworthy artificial intelligence. The combination of the first ever legal framework on AI and a new coordinated plan with member states aims to guarantee fundamental rights of citizens and business while strengthening AI uptake, investment and innovation. In this State of the Union session, we will debate the EU approach towards becoming a global hub for trustworthy AI in the context of highly competitive innovation in China and the US. The first part of the debate will focus on the competitive landscape for research and innovation and the opportunities under the new EC framework. The second part of the debate, which starts at 6 o'clock, Channel 2, will focus on the challenges of fundamental rights and biases in AI. Will the proposal be likely to remedy the risk? A video overview of the state of tech by research professor Paul Verschuren of the Catalan Institute of Advanced Study will open this debate. But now, over to you, Commissioner Gabriel. I'm so happy to see you.
Hello, Madeleine. First, allow me really to say thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this event. It's a real pleasure to address together with you such an important topic.
Yes, and I know this is a topic that is close to your heart and that you have been working on, have strong ideas upon. So let me dive into the first question I would have for you. So how do you plan to strengthen the European leadership in deep tech startups and innovation? Because startups, I think, are very important in this space.
Well, I will move directly in substance because I would like to highlight that Europe has a unique chance to lead the fourth wave of innovation around deep tech startups. But first, we are facing 2 facts. On one side, let's face reality, Europe missed the train of the third wave of innovation around digital startups 20 years ago. Since then, we tried to change the situation, but let's be honest, that was not a dramatic change. One number, in Europe, we have only 7% of the unicorns in the world. But the other fact is that we are also playing a strong regulatory role in the digital age, because somehow actually we are the standard setting of regulations in the digital area of the world. And now also in deep tech with our latest regulation on artificial intelligence. I think that here, that's good, but what I want now, it's not only to see Europe as a power of regulation, but to see Europe as powerhouse of innovation in the fourth wave of innovation around deep tech. Because allow me to say immediately, deep tech startups are very different to digital startups, because deep tech startups are closely linked to science and are not easily replicable because they are based on protected intellectual rights. Here, this brings me to my second point. As deep tech startups are so closely linked to science, and Europe is the powerhouse of science in the world, so here we have a unique competitive advantage on leading in this new wave of innovation. We have 3 excellent tools at our disposal. We have 16 billion for the European Research Council in order to continue to pursue the advances in the frontier research. We have the European Innovation Council. Our ambition is very clear, to transform it into the European Unicorns Factory. And we have a very strong European Innovation Ecosystem Program that will work hand in hand with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. That is not enough, for sure, but that is a solid base. And now we are in the next phase. We are in the design phase with my team to ensure that these 3 pillars come together nicely in a pan-European innovation ecosystem that looks for synergies between cohesion funds and Horizon Europe. And I think that I do not only want Europe to regulate innovation champions coming from other parts of the world. I want that the majority of the future innovation champions come from Europe. And Europe has all that is needed to lead in this new wave of innovation. And I think that we can succeed if we continue to work together with them. Co-creation, co-design, tackling obstacles, and be innovative in the way to propose solutions.
Yeah, thank you for that. That sounds very promising and enthusiastic. And so I have another question. So given the fact that, because I was fascinated by the way the whole system was built up in the new proposal. So given the fact that AI is in fact the first deep tech that has become mainstream, I was wondering what was the thinking of the Commission behind taking a future-proof and risk-based approach to the new AI proposal?
Well, the thinking behind the chosen approach is that we see the artificial intelligence as a force for good in society and as a force that protects and fosters fundamental rights and values, that all measures are in place for applications and governance of AI, but to be genuinely trusted. We are talking about balanced approach. We are talking about an ecosystem of excellence and ecosystem of trust. And trust is coming from 2 important elements: the respect of the fundamental rights for every single citizen and the legal clarity. And that was behind the thinking of our approach, because remember, now for the last 3-4 years, we have a very coherent approach. The first statement on this issue, that was thanks to the European Group on Ethics in Science. And they called at that moment to have this process and to have international coalition thinking about the use, the production, the design, and the governance of artificial intelligence. Immediately after what we have done, that was to publish our European strategy on artificial intelligence with a key element, the Artificial Intelligence Alliance, because they were tasked to develop guidelines on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And I will always remember the debates and the different points of view, but that was obvious since the beginning, that the protection of our values, the balanced approach. The keyword trust is at the heart of this approach. And allow me here to add another important element, because I'm not sure that there is so much people that know that. In our Horizon Europe program, we have an ethics by design approach. As part of the review process, high risks for fundamental rights and freedoms are identified to make sure that all our funded actions comply with key ethical principles. And I'm conscious that that can be interpreted as obstacles for research and innovation, but that is not the case. On the contrary, the aim is that Europe offers a stable and secure regulatory environment for deep tech innovators to attract the best investors, to establish their deep tech companies in Europe and turn Europe into a powerhouse of the new wave of innovation. So yes, we have our three key elements that we need to preserve, and that's for sure human-centered approach. It's absolutely necessary. We have the protection of the European values and fundamental rights, and thirdly, the sustainable and efficient use of resources. Very clear, and I really hope that that's the way to on one side, to develop the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence, but to address some of the very specific risks that we don't need at this time, where we are looking for a more inclusive and more strong societies and economies.
Thank you very much. And we will debate that later in the debate, and I'm very happy that you're joining us there as well. But this kind of risk-based approach, is this something, especially since this aims to protect citizens, is this something that you imagine the Commission taking up more in these volatile and innovative deep tech environments? Is this the first of? Do you think we will do this more as Europeans?
Absolutely. And I think that the field of innovation is the very good example that we have to always to bring our attention to this important aspect, that on the other side, to be very careful not to create obstacles and difficulties.
Yeah, and now we're talking about it, is that, drafting future-proof legislation is of course what you want, because you have to balance, like I said in my introduction, between, making innovation possible on the one hand, and on the other hand, avoid that citizens take risks that we find as a society unacceptable. But those open norms that result in that kind of future-proof regulation can also create legal uncertainty.
Well, but that's why we need here to pay attention to the innovation principle, to the regulatory sandboxes, because here we'll have real examples. And I think that the trust of our citizens can come from these examples. So that's why it's our duty now to facilitate the use of these flexible instruments to our innovators, and together with the good practices and good examples, to convince more and more people that is possible, without making any compromise with fundamental values and principles.
Yeah, that's the guardrail, that's clear. And can you tell a little bit more about these regulatory sandboxes?
Well, I think that one of the main obstacles is how we can balance some of our weaknesses and some of our strengths, because we all know that in the European Union, we are very strong in some fields, but we have 27 legislations, we have 27 different procedures. So I think that one of the main demands coming from our startups, from our innovators, it's really to allow them to be flexible, to address some of the already existing difficulties in a new way that is definitely with different speeds, and that will be the case with the regulatory sandboxes. We have already some good examples in some of our member states, but I think that it's really time to do something at European level.
Yeah, but because why do you stress so much the European level? Why is that so important according to you?
Because actually we don't have a real European innovation ecosystem. The fragmentation is one of the main obstacles, and we are facing this obstacle for the last 20 years. I think that it's absolutely important that we address this, and that passes, yes, by the legislation too.
Yeah, clearly. Okay, and another question from my side is the EU Unicorns Group recently presented their white paper to ensure the EU to become an innovation leader, especially on deep tech and AI. And how do you assess their proposal? What do you think of their proposals, especially on AI?
Well, I'm really very proud of them, because the white paper put forward by the European Unicorns Group is a very valuable contribution to what I already said, to the design of the future of the European innovation policy. Because, as you know, recent strategic evolutions are leading to review and upgrade our ambitions and goals, and much more has to be done, especially in these critical fields like artificial intelligence or quantum, but also in all deep tech ones. So the recommendations that have been put forward by the founders of the many European unicorns, it's a very strong signal, because I must say that when in April, that was our first meeting, that was a surprise for me to discover that that was the first time where a commissioner, together with our unicorn leaders, sit around the same table and started to talk about common directions, common instruments, and common policies. So I think that here we have something to do in the future too. We need to give voice to them. They can show us the way forward to ensure that Europe becomes the leader of the new wave of innovation. And they have a lot of ideas. Allow me to mention 3 of them, because they are indeed very interesting, future-oriented, and we are taking them very seriously. Because actually we are in the process of assessing carefully the different proposals, including for a tech sovereignty fund, and about the flagships for deep tech, artificial intelligence in particular. So in deep tech, they have proposed a flagship on using public procurement to support deep tech startups. Another one is developing a blue card to attract the best talent from anywhere in the world of Europe. And I think that it's a very good signal that it's the same commissioner that for the first time within the same portfolio has education and innovation. And third example, maybe they are proposing to extend the framework of the European projects of common European interest to incorporate better the needs of the deep tech startups. And we all know that they are facing some very particular obstacles. For example, they are usually very capital intensive in the first phase of the development of the pilots. And that's why we have good examples, but now it's time really to work together with them. So yes, legal, budgetary constraints have to be taken into account, but as I already said it, we for the moment consider very seriously every single one of those recommendations.
Wow, thank you so much. You gotta love your energy and inspiration on this one. If everyone in Europe has your energy, I'm sure we're gonna get it done. Thank you so much for this very inspirational assessment of the situation. We're excited that you're joining the panel as well. And I'm now gonna introduce the panel that will join us in this live stream at this very moment. Thank you very much. And please stay with us so you can join the conversation. So in the panel, I would like to introduce, first of all, I don't know if he's already in. Yes, I see he's already in. Welcome all. Dominique Bussel, professor of the Hochschule der Bayerische Wirtschaft and founder and chairman of Robotics and AI, Governance Foundation. Secondly, Joanne Bryson, professor of ethics and technology at the Hertie School in Berlin. Andrea Renda is the third speaker, senior research fellow and head of the Global Governance, Regulation, Innovation and Digital Economy at the Center for European Policy Studies, and my colleague, part-time professor at our STG. Andy Wyckoff also joining us. Hi, Andy, great, from the OECD, director of the Directorate of Science and Technology and Innovation. We're so excited to have you here in this really amazing panel. So let me tee up the discussion first briefly, because the proposal is so recent that it might be useful to give a little bit of context to those that haven't read it. So as we have just heard from the Commissioner Gabriel, to be globally competitive and accelerate investment in AI, the European Commission is funding research and taking lots and lots of actions to make sure that Europe becomes more innovative in the space of AI, including the Recovery and Resilience Facility foresees 20% of digital expenditure, as was also just shared by Commissioner Vestager in the earlier part of the State of the Union. And at the same time, the Commission aims to eliminate hurdles of bringing greater legal clarity. Simplifying the administrative burden and costs for companies should help safe integration of AI in consumer products, ranging from lawn mowers to 3D printers and all kinds of games. The proposal aims to be future-proof by using open technology-neutral definitions. We already just touched upon that. And that is a smart approach in a highly volatile, innovative sector. However, we have also heard some criticism on the vagueness of the language of the current proposal. And I'm sure we will get to talk about that as well with the panel. Before the panel gets the first question, I have a question for the audience. Please go to Swapcard and there answer the following poll question. To what extent do you think regulators should prioritize strict AI regulation over leaving space for innovation? So it's not a very nuanced question, but that's also what makes it very interesting for a poll. So there we go. First, Dominique Bussel, welcome, great you're there. I'm also interested in talking with you about innovation power that is to be expected from the European Commission in the realm of the new proposals. And what do you think about these new proposals? Do you think that will be able to guarantee a strong European innovation in research and development in a very highly competitive global market? Because as also Commissioner Gabriel just alluded to, we're lagging a little bit behind in Europe and we would really like to make up for that difference. Dominique, please go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And it's a very exciting time, and it's also a very exciting proposal. And yesterday, for example, I was also part of a panel at the United Nations Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. And I can tell you the discussion about our European suggestion on regulating AI is all over the boards everywhere. And this is, I think, first of all, it's a great thing. And I think that also the idea that Europe tries and enforces to be leading in the field of regulation and the special responsibility and governance, that is something that I love to see. On the other hand, and that also always seems to happen, as you know, and by the way, short disclaimer, I do have a strong industry background. I just recently transitioned into academia, so I still have a little bit this industry person sitting on my shoulder here. Well, it is disruptive times. AI, and especially as I come from robotics, the embodiment of artificial intelligence is going to permeate our living realm. And I can tell you, our grandchildren are going to be growing up as AI and robotic natives. And for sure, this leaves us as the last generation of robotic immigrants, so to say, with very analog migration background in a interesting position, because always when there's disruption happening, people can be afraid or don't know what's going to happen and so on. So for these generations, this will be daily business and they are not going to be afraid. On the other hand, I love that the current approach tries to involve all the stakeholders. It's a stakeholder-driven approach, that it is pushing industry and all the stakeholders towards that they have to make their technology that they're developing and researching explainable and understandable, which I believe is a very important fact. On the other hand, yeah, sure, and you already mentioned it, it starts that industry voices are coming up and saying, oh no, this is inhibiting innovation and we're getting the golden handcuffs and all that. Well, to some extent, sure, there are parts in the proposal that need to be discussed. So one that comes to mind, for example, is the definition of AI in the appendix, because, or in the annex. actually saying that I think it's the third part of the definition, that everything that is logical software might be artificial intelligence. Well, if you really get close down to that definition, then it would mean that your Excel or spreadsheet calculation tool would be artificial intelligence, and depending in which area you're using it, it could be actually a high risk application. Although it is not meant like that, and we should treat it with with that in mind. And there will be discussion, as always, with regulation. I heavily vouch for not over-regulating, but I think we can overcome these struggles. And by the way, currently this is a proposal, and the proposal has to be discussed, and there is still a long way till it's realized. And I think now this healthy process of discourse is happening. And again, I love that Europe is taking the first step. We can really put our mark down on a global scale. We have to keep the innovation speed in mind, and we shouldn't overregulate, as always. But honestly speaking, that's always what industry is crying about. And so, yeah, as long as we approach it on a reasonable basis, I think it's a very good first step.
Yes, so you don't see it as an impediment for innovation. You see it pretty positive, if I listen to you.
Personally, I do. Again, I know that there are concrete complaints. So again, for example, the definition is very broad, and if you really want to, and if you have if you really want to inhibit innovation, you can. I think there we have to reshape. Then some other things, some of the things that have been declared high risk, I do understand why this happens. So for example, everything educational, to some extent, it makes sense. On the other hand, if now we currently, for example, submitted a proposal for an AI-based education tool. Currently, from what I read, this would clearly fall into that area, and so we have more. We have to do documentation, we have to do certification, and all that. But I think these fringe cases can be sorted out, and this will be the healthy process that has to start now. But yeah, overall, I'm positive that it exists. I'm positive that Europe is taking the first step. The details have to be reworked a bit.
Sure. Okay. Interesting. Thank you. Now I'll go to Joanna Bryson. Hi. So, what do you think about these proposals? Do you think they really, are able to protect the human rights proportionately and predictably, as the Commission aims here? And how do you see AI in the EU innovation going forward? Because that's a connected question to that.
Okay. Well, again, thanks a lot for having me, and I'm glad to be on this panel. I actually want to start a little bit with the framing that Commissioner Gabriel gave us. She almost made it sound surprising that we're leading in regulation. But I think the EU's leadership in regulation actually it explains all the wonderful things that the President talked about this morning, our strengths as a union, our economic strengths. And that's exactly why, even though they threatened us, GAFM and everybody else, except for a few small newspapers and things, were here the day after GDPR started. So it is precisely because of the strengths of our regulation, the strengths of our economy, which is based upon our regulation, that we are able to regulate. And I would also argue that that's part of the reason we don't have really large market cap companies. It's not because we don't have innovation. A lot of the innovators who did that fled to a different domicile that had less good regulation. And maybe they aren't under appropriate taxation regimes, which is distorting a lot of economies because of some of the wages that are getting paid, things like that. So I don't think we should be insecure about where we are. We have something like 23% of the global GDP in the EU, and a lot of that is digital, a lot of that is AI. So going back to the AI regulation, personally, I also have been programming professionally for 7 years, so I also have a bit of industry, including with European superstar Lego. So I do have an inside perspective on the small and large software companies, but I still think that the regulations, the suite of regulations that the EU has brought out will help everyone. It'll help stabilize the entire situation. And the AI regulation seems to be particularly focused on the well-being of people and how citizens can take control and understand the transformations, the digital transformations that are going through them. So I loved what Dominic just said. largely. But the one thing I would say is I love the fact that there's a very broad definition of AI. I think it doesn't make sense to try to regulate only certain magic software. Let's regulate all software and let's do it completely proportionately. And that's one thing. Proportionality means no hard barriers. So I'm still opposed, even though there's 4 now instead of just 2 categories. I think we need to be treating these all as manufactured artifacts. And so thinking about liability and things proportionate to the threat, proportionate to the damage. So if we just tell companies and start holding them accountable for the damage that their software causes, then I don't think we would have as much of an issue with having to build in proportionality into the law. I think we should do a real risk-based approach is a continuum. But I understand that people want guidance and things. But actually, I'll give another thing that's a flaw that needs to be fixed, and I'll end. You cannot have a data set that is perfect that gives you fair outcomes, because any data is based on the world, and the world is not fair. I'm sorry, with the perfection, the difference between sexes and their reproductive capacities, these are things that we have to work hard to try to address. It's not something we just get from data. So there's a few things that are just clearly impossible in the legislation as it stands, but I think these can be fixed. I'm optimistic with Dominique there.
That's so good to hear. You are certainly a glass half full person. Also,
oh yeah, I guess. I'm also a dyslexic one, so I had that upside down. Sorry.
Yes, no worries. All positive. Now, talking about positive, going to Andrea Renda, who was part of this high-level group on AI. And I'm so excited to have you at the panel, because you can share with us what was the uptake of the Commission of your proposals, and is there still anything missing you would like to see in there for successful innovation of AI in the EU?
Thanks, Madeleine, and thanks for having me, and greetings to all my co-panelists. It's been a long journey, and I remember when Commissioner Gabriel came to see us in Helsinki at the high-level expert group. It was the first time that we met with the group, and you had come to tell us actually that we had to deliver even earlier than we had thought on a very important dossier. And then I think we did a good job on the high-level expert group, at least on that side, which is the side of defining, first of all, what is trustworthy AI. Not only ethically aligned AI, but also looking at legal compliance and looking at robustness. And then defining principles and the requirements that we see today largely reflected in the proposal, because the regulatory requirements that apply in a proportionate way to high-risk AI are a slight reorganization, but largely are taken from the ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI that the 52 Musketeers, perhaps a bit too many for being Musketeers, but the 52 Musketeers produced already in April 2019. It's been a long journey also because thanks to the high-level expert group, but also the AI Alliance that Commissioner Gabriel was mentioning, thousands of people that engage with this process, the Commission has gone from an initial input from the Parliament was a bit shocking, handling with fear, the AI, mentioning Frankenstein, proposing to give personality to robots, a legal personality to robots. In 4 or 5 years, we came to a much more reasonable approach to AI. And the Commission has shown, if you allow me, to be a little bit of a learning system, right? A little bit like the AI systems that we try to regulate and promote, because it has learned until the very last minute. It has learned also, but most of you, I would say all of you have seen the leak of the proposal. Even between the leak and the last final few weeks, there has been an improvement. The other legacy that I see from the high-level expert group is the risk-based approach. And I agree with Joanna, as I most often do, on the fact that in principle, it should be a continuum. But it's already something, Joanna, that until a few weeks before the proposal was released, the Commission was still on a binary approach, high risk or nothing. And I think that at least we have 4 risk levels and enough flexibility to make this a successful piece of regulation when it comes out and when it's finalized. Final thing, the regulatory sandboxes, I think, are also a very interesting part of this proposal. A dedicated section, a part of a bigger movement that tries to give member states a bit more leeway in experimenting with potential alternative solutions to comply with the principles and goals of European legislation. Here we have a dedicated section in the proposal. I think this can stimulate innovation quite a lot. Anything missing? Yes, I probably would like to see a little bit more, and when the governance mechanisms will finally be in place on what happens after the AI reaches the market, on the so-called market surveillance or exposed sort of post-market part of the regulation, which is there, but I think most of the risks eventually will emerge when AI systems start interacting with each other and interacting with humans. So I'd like to see that a little bit more, and the rest will come. I'm sure the European Parliament will also do a superb work on this. And final thing, as you're about to give the word to Andy, my friend Andy, I think on the definition side, the high-level group didn't win, because I think the definition mostly echoes the OECD definition, right? So back to you, Madeleine.
Thank you, Andrea. And it's so funny because Commissioner Gabriel did exactly the same thing to me when I was chairing the high-level group on this information. Also, then she told me you have to deliver faster. So that's a trick we now know for the future. No kidding. So that's good and interesting. And also the thing that is missing, I would say, Andrea, if I listen to you, is when the systems are deployed and getting into contact with human beings. Of course, liability and product liability issues come at place. And we know the Commission is also working on that space right now. So I think we're covering all bases step by step. And now the floor to Andy. Yeah, my question to you will obviously be, do you think that this EU proposal on AI will lead the way towards global standards on innovation in human-centric AI? And what would be required for that? So you won on the definition, that's already great, but the whole system of low until high risk and that kind of future-proof approach and the stimulation of innovation, how do you see that becoming more globally impactful?
Thank you, Madeleine, and thank you, Andrea and Commissioner. It's great to be here as well. And yeah, I want to tip my hat to the Commission on this draft proposal, which I think is, it's great to get the ball rolling. And I think the way you framed it as well, with it is a proposal, it's a 2-year process. You've built in these feedback loops to refine it. And I think that will kick off at this, it already has, as Dominique has said. I was at the same UN event yesterday, and yeah, it's already started a conversation around the OECD and beyond, I'm sure. So I like that. I also like that it's going to spark a lot of experimentation, copycats, and hopefully that will provide you with the feedback and sharing of kind of knowledge, what will work and what won't, particularly in different contexts. I also think it will provide some certainty. As people have said, there's been a lot of hype around AI, and with it comes confusion and leading by anecdote a little bit more than by solid policy analysis and evidence. I would hark back just for a second, because I don't want to be too much of a cheerleader here, to what the Commissioner was saying about really the need for the EU now to match its legislative leadership with creating that EU ecosystem with innovation. And it's a competitive environment. I guess I would just, that's obvious, but I want to say by our statistics, and I can roll out a few, there's a pretty big gap in terms of venture capital. Even venture capital from the EU is not in the EU. It's going elsewhere for AI. In terms of great skill base, you're absolutely right. By our stats, you are world-class and at the frontier in creating skills and investing in AI. But a lot of those skills don't get picked up in business in Europe, and they go to other businesses around the globe by our stats. And the last thing I would just say, even R&D, and I'm a big fan of the framework program. And again, congratulations. We've seen a huge uptick in R&D there. And we don't have good statistics on this, which I lament. We hope to improve, but we have started to scrape and gone through proposals of funding, not only your own EU Cordis, but National Science Foundation, NIH in the US, Japan, and others. And again, we find that you're just NSF and NIH alone in the United States, forget Department of Defense or NASA, have matched basically where Cordis is now. And so, and we don't have Chinese data, but we know that they too are a big player here. So I guess to try to answer your question, Madeline, I think you will have a demonstrable effect on setting the debate rolling, and with that, help create a standard that I think you're going to see picked up, just as you have seen with GDPR. It'll get changed as it goes around the OECD world, which again, I think will benefit Europe eventually as well.
Thank you. So maybe a competitive disadvantage becoming a competitive advantage after all. But yeah, okay, great. So this is for me the moment to go to Commissioner Gabriel, because I was wondering, you hear all these pretty positive reactions, and I'm like excited for you that happens. Would you have some reflections yourself on those, and maybe some ambitions of things you would like to do even better?
Well, for me, it's clear that it's a very positive first step. So we need to continue our approach step by step. And that was really important to listen that the last 4 or 5 years, we definitely managed to advance in our way, but we need to stay very vigilant and to address some of the threats or risks that even we didn't see before. So that's why for me that was so important to talk about stakeholder-driven approach, to have something that is explainable and understandable. And here I would like to touch the issue of education, because I want to share with you that, you know me now, I will create a high-level expert group to work on AI in education. It's really time to address this, because trust in this education community, it's not shared by everyone. We need here really to address the fears of our teachers, to equip our young people with the necessary tools, because yes, Dominique, you said that our young people will be AI natives, but we said that for our actual generation that they are digital natives. But what happened during the pandemic? We definitely here were surprised to see that there is a lot of young people that don't have the right competencies and skills to be really in this digital world in safe and secure situation. So I think that it's really important to work on this. And yes, Madeleine, I will not change my habitude. I will ask them to work fast and to deliver rapidly. But thank you very much, Joanna, for your intervention too. I think that it's absolutely important to see how we can address one of the main issues. I agree with you that we need to use the strengths of our economy, but that's exactly, for me, the added value of our approach to artificial intelligence, that it's not based only on our economy, it's based on our fundamental principles and values. That's why, for me, we need here of course, to have legal clarity, legal certainty, but what I received from your messages that we need to bring them only there where it is strictly needed, and really to preserve this field where innovation can thrive and when we can at least be adequate with our times, because things are evolving so rapidly. And yeah, thank you very much to Andrea for your experience. I think that it's really important to work more and more about this post-market regulation to see what happens when the technology is deployed. And I think that here with the European Innovation Council, we can bring some important experiences or examples of what happened, because for the first time, we'll invest massively in startups and SMEs with disruptive technologies and especially artificial intelligence. But this time we are not stopping at the stage of prototype. We would like to help them scale up and deploy their products and services. And here we have some very encouraging results, but of course we need to follow all this very, very closely. So that's my main message. And thank you very much for making me more confident. I think that it's really important to uphold the innovation principle, meaning that any proposal for regulation should be scrutinized to assess the impact on innovation. because overregulation may stifle innovation, which we want to avoid. And that's why we have to preserve this balanced approach, of course, playing with our strengths, with our excellence in science, transforming that into European ecosystem of excellence in artificial intelligence. But we need to aim and building a European ecosystem of trust. And we all have seen with your interventions that this trust, we have to obtain it from every single citizen, from every single sector, and from our talented young innovators too. So thank you very much. Maybe last point, because yes, artificial intelligence is working with data and we have our economy. One word on women and girls. We need more girls and more women when we talk about artificial intelligence. And I'm really very proud that with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, we decided now, and with the Digital Education Action Plan, to invest in our girls and to support better our women to lead this new wave of innovation. Just an example, two months ago, I launched my last initiative, Women Tech EU. We would like to support 50 deep tech companies led by women in order really to show that we can lead by example. Because yes, Andy, you touched the issue of venture capital, but it's just not acceptable that venture capital for women-led companies is only 1-2% of all the venture capital that is coming in Europe. So I think that yes, here we have a lot of other questions to address, but I'm really reassured that that's the best way. With dialogue, with arguments, and with a very close look at the developments and with disruptive technologies, we can advance together.
Thank you so much. And your plea for diversity, we got a lot of positive yes in the whole panel I saw. So of course, we have to be more diverse also in this space. That's absolutely true. There was one thing that Andy said that triggered me a little bit, and that had to do with that we would educate people, also girls, but that those that we educate here then will work, for instance, in the US. So how are we going to make it very attractive to stay in the EU?
It's a question for me, Madeleine. Okay, well, I think, yes, it's true. It's one of the main challenges that we are facing. Now, you know me, I stay a very pragmatic person. I think that the last 1 year with the negotiations on the new Erasmus Plus program and Horizon Europe program, we managed to put some new instruments. Allow me to give you 2 examples. In the new European research area, for a first time, one of the 4 main priorities is the transfer of results of science into products and services in our economy. But that means that we have to strengthen the intersectoral mobility from research to business and for the entire ecosystem. The other example is that now we are working on European universities alliances. We need to modernize our higher education systems. We need to have a challenge-based approach. We need to have an approach where since the beginning, our private companies, our regions are involved and to work together in order really to make this passage between the world of science or education and the world of business more easy. But it's only the first instruments that we have at our disposal. But I really think that if we manage to use the funding that is at our disposal, if those somehow pilot projects will show good results, we have all in our hands to transform them into something operational and tangible and sustainable. So I think that it's a good base. At least there is a difference only when we compare with 1 year ago.
Thank you for that. And now, of course, I will go to Andy. So what do you think about this? Will this work? Is there anything else we could do?
So, Madeleine, I don't want to confuse this with statistics, but Statistics Sweden's done a really good survey, and one of the few good surveys that are out there about what it is that will help uptake AI in businesses. And legal or ethical issues are there, just relevant, but it was number 9 out of 9. Number 1 was skills, exactly what the commissioner is saying. And number 2 was enterprise vision. And I think by raising awareness and panels like this help to do that, you can maybe show the promise and the utility of AI and that's really what the proposed legislation tries to do too, in a constructive way and minimizing the harms.
Thank you so much for that. That's really great. I'm closing off the panel right now. Showing my gratitude to all of you, to your contributions. We would have had much more. If we could have had like 2 days, we could still be talking. So this is always frustrating and just a snapshot. But for those of you that are interested, we also have the next part of this panel at Channel 2 at 6 o'clock, where we will be talking about the other side of the coin that has to do with the human rights and citizens' trust, where we will focus a little bit more on that element, because innovation seems to be pretty good and hopeful. But now, how do we look at the other side? So thank you so much, and see you soon. Looking forward to the future. Bye.
Bye.
Here until now has been amazing. I found the possibility of being here in this moment in the current global context. It's a privilege for sure. My experience with the hybrid learning system has been amazing until now. During the time that I had to do the quarantine, it gave me the possibility of staying connected to the class and connected with my classmates and with the professors, so it was a great opportunity.
Global economy is one of the key topics here at the State of the Union conference in Florence. And when it comes to the global economy, on one hand, it is fair to say that it has shown indeed more resilience towards the COVID-19 crisis than initially feared. But when it comes to the economic costs of the COVID-19 pandemic, they have now been much more than initially foreseen in the very early days of this crisis. The governments around the world did all they could just trying to ease that burden on households and on businesses during these challenging times. But we are now living in a debt-heavy world. But what will happen afterwards with this debt and how it will be repaid? This is the next session at this conference, and the moderator is George Papakonstantinou, Professor of International Political Economy and Director of Executive Education, School of Transnational Governance at the European University Institute.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to all of you who are watching us online from around the world. Under the State of the Union theme of the global economy, we have just watched a very interesting panel on global tax coordination, one of the most thorny subjects and one where there are potential advances in a very difficult field. So it is natural to continue under the same theme with our panel, who will pay for the recovery and how? So since the pandemic struck, governments have tried to do their best to cushion the economic blow. They have pulled all the stops. They have engaged in unprecedented fiscal efforts at national level. In the EU, both national governments and EU institutions have had an impressive effort in terms of size and also in terms of policy instruments, in many ways breaking new ground. But as our economies begin to emerge from the recession and as we try to build back and build better, the debate has also shifted on who pays for the cost. And we all know that debts have gone up around the Union in every country. And at the level of the EU, there will be new debt that is going to be issued. So the question is, who repays this debt? Does anyone? And if we do repay it, how do we go about it? So to be able to give some convincing answers to these questions, there are a number of issues that first need to be addressed. How fast and robust is the recovery in both advanced and emerging economies? In terms of the fiscal effort, are we doing too much? Or are we doing too little? Given the fiscal effort, exactly what kind of deficits and debt levels are we going to end up with? What will be the situation in emerging markets and in less developed countries in terms of their debts? Are we heading to a debt crisis? What will be the post-COVID situation in terms of interest rates, in terms of inflation, in terms of taxes? Will we have to raise taxes to pay for the expenditure now? And what are the kind of broader changes that will be required to ease this process? So to discuss these issues, it's a great pleasure to welcome our distinguished panelists. Laurence Boone is the chief economist of the OECD and head of its economics department. Her career spans both the public and the private sectors. She has served as special advisor to the President of the French Republic and has been chief economist at the AXA Group, as well as chief economist at Bank of America, Merrill Lynch. Lee Buchheit is honorary professor at the Law School of the University of Edinburgh. In a long career, he has had numerous university appointments. Perhaps more importantly, he is a legend in the field of debt restructuring. He has worked on more than 24 sovereign debt restructuring and led the legal team advising the Hellenic Republic in what was in 2012 the largest sovereign debt workout in history. And last but by no means least, Jan Mischke is a partner at the McKinsey Global Institute, who are partnering with us in the State of the Union. Over the last 10 years, he has led McKinsey Global Institute research on growth and competitiveness, as well as on infrastructure, construction, and real estate. In addition to a series of reports on Europe, he has led global McKinsey Global Institute efforts on productivity, the future of work, growth, infrastructure, and affordable housing. So welcome to all of you, and thank you for being with us today. We have about 50 minutes, and we will structure our discussion in 3 rounds. In each, I will ask one of the speakers to kick off with some answers to my questions, and then the other 2 speakers will come in and comment. And following these 3 rounds, we will take questions from the audience. So let me take the opportunity to encourage all of you who are watching us through Swapcard to send your questions and also to answer our poll, and we will discuss about the results of the poll in the end. You can find the poll under live discussion polls. So let me start with the first round, and let me turn first to Laurence Boone. Laurence, can I ask you to kick off by setting out for us the broader economic picture? How fast is the recovery? How balanced is it across countries? How unequal is its impact? And what kind of policies are underpinning it?
Thank you, George. It's a pleasure to be here, and it would be obviously an immense pleasure to be in Florence, but it's already super nice and to participate into this discussion. So let me try and sum up where we think we are today and sort of heading tomorrow to set the stage as you asked me. First, I think we should be happy that prospects for the global economy have improved considerably and that we have a brighter outlook. And as you were mentioning earlier, this is very largely due to the amazing monetary and fiscal policy support in many countries, not only the advanced one. And that has preserved the fabric of our economies, many firms, many jobs. And it's an immense progress compared with the management, for example, of the financial crisis. But as you were alluding in your question, the recovery is very uneven. And in fact, the pace of the recovery across countries, but also globally, is determined by 2 key factors. One is the health situation and how countries are addressing it or can address it. And the other one is the extent of the policy support. And on both of these factors, we have very diverse situation across the world, and not only between advanced and emerging market economies, but also within advanced and emerging market economies. So if you look, I would say at the one who have taken the lead in terms of recovery, it's roughly the US and China. They have already recovered the income lost with the pandemic on aggregate. It's not the case for all workers or firms. And they have tackled, at least for the moment, the health situation. And they have provided very massive fiscal support. I mean, you've all heard about the US fiscal support. It has led us to double our growth projections for this year for the US. And it's lifting growth prospects worldwide. Now, the situation in the rest of the world is quite different. Europe, since it's the state of the Union, has also deployed enormous support rapidly to protect their economies. And from an economic, fiscal, monetary, financial angles, I think it's fair to say that Europe has learned the last crisis lessons. It's made immense improvement. But the public health management, on the other hand, has not been as good, and it's delaying the recovery by several quarters when we compare with the US itself. And what worries us is that we know, I mean, it would be too early to actually assess the potential economic losses, but we know that the longer the economies remain in subpar activity, the longer people will remain unemployed or out of work, the higher the risk that the scratches that we are seeing now turn into much more serious injuries. And then there are emerging market economies where there was the combination of both a more difficult health situation. It's obviously difficult to impose the same restrictions as what was imposed in advanced economies, but there's also much lower vaccination deployment and a lower capacity to deploy monetary and fiscal support. And that's when we project ourselves, for example, at the end of this year, it's very clear that emerging market economies have a lot more than other economies compared to what we were expecting in 2019. So what I'm trying to say is when we had convergence in the run-up to the pandemic between, from emerging market economies towards advanced economies, this convergence process risks not only to stop, but also to reverse if the health situation doesn't improve a lot more. But obviously not all emerging markets are equal. Some have managed better than others. Some also have put in place some support better than others, like, for example, through digital cash transfer. So that has been, in some countries, I think, much better than expected. Now, because we have a mix of strategies in terms of health or capacity, that means the virus will continue to circulate. That also means many countries may need to maintain some targeted restrictions on mobility and activity. It also means ongoing restrictions on cross-border travel, and that will affect the prospect for full recovery of many economies, especially the ones that are intensive in tourism. You can think about Spain, Greece, Georgia, and also Mexico or others. So it's super important that we make progress on the health side, but also on coordination for the health pass side that is being built. But I think globally it will have other effects, for example, on trade. It's not easy for containers to get in and out of foreign harbors where people are in different health situations. We've seen it in Europe, but everywhere in the world, it's also not easy for migrants to actually move across border. And it's essential for activities like agriculture, for example. And it's also not easy for business and tourism, as today testifies. So we are recovering, but I think when we look forward, this is a very uncertain and uneven recovery. And it depends a lot on what's happening on the health side. But it also depends a lot on how the fiscal and monetary support will continue looking forward. I don't know if I have exhausted my 5 minutes, so tell me if that's the case, and otherwise I can add a few words.
Let me, thank you very much, Laurence. Let me go to Jan and Lee for a quick comment. An uneven, uncertain, differentiated recovery with Europe doing clearly not as well as other parts of the world, notably the US, and with unequal impacts. Jan, do you share this general picture?
Unfortunately, yes. So we actually see reason to be optimistic in the short term once the health situation is under control in terms of pent-up demand. Household balance sheets are generally in good shape. Particularly among high-income individuals, savings rates have increased across Europe and the US by some 5 percentage points. So some of that money will probably flow back into the economy. At least that's what our consumer research suggests. But we see a divergence also within economies, so a K-shaped recovery where higher income households will have more to spend and will likely fare better than lower income households. And then we also see from a structural point, and I will get to that in more depth later, we see an acceleration for a potential for an acceleration in productivity. But that actually the situation on demand, whether that's via the fiscal stance or via other means, drives and impacts the 5 to 10 year outlook on productivity. And as we have heard from Laurence, there's quite some difference here between the US and Europe. And I might add, there's also actually some difference both on the demand situation, but also in terms of the business fabric and the impact of the crisis so far between North and South of Europe. So we might also see more divergence there.
One of the most difficult issues regarding this particular crisis is that the pace of the ability to get out of it obviously depends on policy, but perhaps most importantly than anything else, depends on something which is very little in the control of policymakers, barring vaccines, which is the health situation and the new variants. So it is a conditional recovery, that much we know. But there is one thing which is not conditional, which is for sure, and this gives me the bridge to the second round, and I'd like to start with Lee. And that's that at the end of, whenever we recover, all economies will be saddled with much higher levels of debt. We have been spending, rightly so, to be able to cushion the blow. But in the end, we're going to see this in the balance sheets of every single country. Some can manage it better than others. So the question here is, how do you see the debt situation after COVID and the differences between the advanced economies and the emerging markets and the less developed countries? How worried should we be? And do we have the tools to deal with a debt crisis if one occurs?
Okay, let me try to give you a snapshot of how I see the debt situation. We entered 2020, so we entered the pandemic with historically high debt stocks in a number of countries, both developing and developed. In the course of 2020, they went up, almost all of them. The World Bank estimates that something like 10% of world GDP was added to sovereign debt stocks last year alone. It has not precipitated a sovereign debt crisis, a systemic sovereign debt crisis, largely as a result of zero interest rate policies by the world's largest central banks and by massive lashings of quantitative easing, which have pumped colossal amounts of liquidity into the market and created a financial imperative on the part of the investing community to find a home for that money. Some of it has trickled down to emerging market borrowers, and for some, but not all emerging market countries, that has cushioned the blow of the pandemic. Looking forward, there's both good news and bad news, I think, for emerging market sovereigns. The good news is that if the economies of China and the United States perform as they are now projected to perform for the next couple of years, that will create markets for products from some emerging market countries, and that will be good news. The potential risk, however, is that if inflation begins to creep up in the United States, and if it turns out, contrary to what the Federal Reserve now thinks, or at least says, if it turns out to be more durable than they hope, it may require a monetary response. And this is the great risk, certainly for emerging market countries. What precipitates a broad emerging market sovereign debt crisis is often an increase in interest rates in the developed economies. Why? Because money can now be repatriated back to the advanced economies and earn a remunerative interest rate. Emerging market sovereigns benefit during periods such as we've had over the last 12 years, when interest rates in advanced economies are near zero and the proverbial search for yield drives them into making more, or at least to accepting more risk. The official sector response to the pandemic, I think, has been quite commendable. In April of 2020, the G20 announced what they called the Debt Service Suspension Initiative. This was a proposal that 73 of the poorest countries in the world would be able to defer for a 4 or 5 year period debt service payments falling due on their bilateral debt, that is government to government debt. That program has been now extended until the end of this year. I think the assessment of the official sector is that the DSSI has been a qualified disappointment. The DSSI called upon private sector creditors to provide comparable relief, but the private sector managed to escape and evade that exhortation. The amount of debt relief that has flowed through to these countries has been less than what was hoped, in part because only 46 of the 73 eligible countries actually elected to participate in the program. Some of the others were fearful that if they asked even for bilateral debt relief, that would result in a credit rating downgrade or an exclusion from the private capital markets. The latest development occurred last November when the G20 announced what they called a common framework for post-COVID debt restructurings for those countries that are going to exit the pandemic with unsustainably high debt stocks. The common framework is not a template for a sovereign debt restructuring in the sense that the Brady Plan was or the HIPC program was. It is really a statement that says that in post-COVID workouts for these 73 poor countries, the traditional bilateral creditors, the Paris Club creditors, will be coordinating their debt restructurings with the non-Paris Club bilateral creditors, principally China. And that is no small innovation. Were this to become widespread, and particularly were it to apply to debt restructurings for middle-income countries, this would be a considerable advance if China, the world's largest bilateral creditor now, coordinated its activities with the traditional Paris Club countries. George, you ask, are we on the cusp of a sovereign debt crisis? I think probably not a systemic crisis in the sense that the debt problems of emerging market economies spill over and destabilize the financial systems in the developed world. That was the case in the 1980s. I don't think we're facing that. We are, however, I think, facing a number of sovereign debt crises in emerging markets, more than we have seen on average in the last 10 years. I'll stop there.
Thanks very much, Lee. I want to come back to you a bit later on a question on China. But before I do that, let me go back to Laurence. Listening to Lee, there's two types of dangers. One, for middle income and lower income countries, you have the direct danger of weak fiscal positions and debt which piles up, and which the G20 initiative does not seem to be addressing properly for the time being. And then there's the indirect danger, which is the spillover from policies in advanced countries, and notably the US. And a couple of days ago, the US, having done a very robust fiscal response of different types. But a few days ago, we heard Janet Yellen warn that the Fed may be going to the direction of hiking rates. So the question there is, should we be now worried that stepping on the brakes in the US will have a spillover effect in Europe and in the rest of the world?
Is that a question for me or for Jan?
Yes, it is for you. Laurence.
Okay, thank you. So I think there are two things we need to look at to answer your question. The first one is, what are the real spillover of the US stimulus? And at the moment, we calibrate really what's happening on the 1.9 billion because the others haven't been voted yet. And we don't expect them to materialize in the short term. So this is raising US growth by about 3.5%, and that's contributing to higher growth in the world of at least or about 1%, and half a percentage point, I would say, for European countries, which is material, given trend growth in Europe is generally, not very high. So I think that's a positive, and especially for countries with a strong manufacturing sector, but also some services. In terms of inflation and rates, I think everybody is at the moment trying to assess what will happen to inflation. And all of us can have very good modeling exercise to show, that there will be a hump shape in terms of inflation that happens against a backdrop where the Fed has actually revised its monetary policy framework, so the Fed can look through this hump-shaped inflation. And because inflation are well anchored, it will not spill over. We will instead have people who have left the labor market coming back to the labor market because the economy is booming. And that will bring the low qualified, the people who usually have low wages. And because this economy is booming, then we'll see these wages rising. Obviously, there are risks this doesn't materialize fully. Like one of the risks I think was highlighted before, it's that inflation actually rises, and because we have bottlenecks, then the wage of people rises, and then we're creating some ongoing inflation spiral. If that was the case, the interest rates in the US would rightly, start rising and reflecting what's happening in terms of inflation and growth. Now, for the moment, there is some decoupling between Europe and the US. And I think, the scenario I've described of rising inflation and the consequences for rates is hopefully not for the next few months. And I would think that, Europe needs time to catch up, and the same for interest rates. Lee was discussing the unprecedented QE that is being done, the unprecedented zero interest policy. I think when you look at what's happening in Europe and the pace of the recovery, at this stage, there's no reason to change the policy mix, and especially, and that should help keep interest rates low. But before I stop, we seem to have forgotten that it's not a normal and optimal situation to have interest rates at 0% and along the yield curve. And that rates are rising and reflect rising growth and perhaps normalization of inflation. Not long ago, we complained inflation was too low, may actually be the sign of a healthy recovery.
And that's another question I would like to come back to in terms of how our understanding of how the economy works is changing, and our policy prescriptions as well. Before I get there, let me turn to Jan. And if there's one lesson that we learned from the Eurozone crisis, is that if we try to control a difficult debt situation simply by looking at the numerator, in other words, by controlling expenditure, we're bound to fail. And that the denominator, which is the growth rate, is extremely important. So the question here is, and I think this is reflected in the way that certainly in Europe and around the world, policymakers have reacted in this particular crisis. So the question is, and we know that what drives growth medium term is productivity. So at the end of this, what are we going to see in terms of productivity improvements? Because we are seeing our economies fundamentally changing, the shift to online, the different nature of work. Are we going to see these things translating into productivity improvements that would help sustain a higher growth rate in the medium term?
Yeah, we have done deep work at the sector and firm level to try to understand what's happening. And that research suggests that there is actually a quite substantiated opportunity for a full percentage point increase in productivity growth rates across the US and Europe. So that would be more than double the rate that we've seen after the global financial crisis. The reasons for that is well, in a nutshell, it's digitization on steroids. And the stories about remote work and shift to e-commerce have been well told, but what's going on is much broader than that. These are accelerated investments also into areas like warehouse automation, into robotic process automation as banks scale up the processing of loan applications that are partially government-sponsored and guaranteed. These are higher utilization of well-scalable digital platform or also telecommunication networks. So there's a long list of things that are really structurally shifting. And in a survey of 600 senior executives that we did, actually a full 75% say they're going to continue acceleration into technology investment for the next 5 years. So this is here to stay. And also a stunning 70% say they will continue to increase the level of agility of their organizations and the pace of decision making. And they're also innovating in terms of their business model. So digital innovations, of course, but also, for instance, construction firms finally pushing what is possible in terms of modular offsite construction. So there's sector by sector a large number of disruptions that are being accelerated by the crisis, faster digitization, and all of that we quantify by looking sector by sector as a full percentage point productivity acceleration potential. There's two other structural shifts that go along with that, though. On the one hand, we actually see that many of those advances so far seem particularly pronounced in large superstar firms. So in the US, for instance, a 0% revenue decline for those kind of firms compared to 11% on average elsewhere. 2/3 of all increases in R&D concentrated in just those few handful of firms across sectors, by the way. So this is not only the digital giants. And at the same time, as at the kind of longer tail of the business spectrum, there's let's call it mixed signals. In terms of creative destruction, bankruptcy rates are down double-digit across most European and the US economy due to ample government support. At some point, the bill will come on that front. But new business formations are actually sharply up, plus 24% in the US last year. And they're also up in a few Northern European countries. They are down by double-digit rates in Southern Europe, where on top of that, with 2/3 in the economy in that sector, smaller firms also matter more. So there might be a little bit of another reason for expecting some divergence here. And the last structural shift that emanates from that is that we have arguably entered this crisis from a period of secular stagnation, where we had sustained weak demand, sustained output gaps, sustained soft investments. And now 2/3 or 60% of the kind of productivity accelerations we see are geared at reducing labor. And the kind of effects that we see, faster digitization, faster automation, more superstar effects, are essentially all points that have been associated in the past with more polarization and less spending power among lower income people who have the highest propensity to consume. So there are some structural headwinds on the demand side. And that is why we also think it's going to be so critical to make sure the policy setting is right to keep demand up. And you can also infer from that, while we don't do any macro research, if you do get a full percentage point productivity acceleration and you do have stronger structural headwinds on the demand side, that may lead you to reassess some of the inflation and other risks.
Let me push you a little bit on that last point, because you described a very interesting process of creative destruction. Now, a process of creative destruction has the creative part and has the destruction part. And it's quite clear we are seeing, and you're documenting this in particular sectors, the productivity impacts of digitization, steroids, as you put it. But there's also the part of the layoffs, the bankruptcies, and these are not spread evenly. These are focused on particular groups, which are more vulnerable. And do you think that first of all, we're paying enough attention to this? What exactly are we seeing out there? Are we going to wake up 6 months or a year from now and realize that this process has created a new underclass in a certain sense, that has left behind even more people than are at the moment? And are our policies geared towards that?
Well, you put it very well. So I do think more could or should be done. So the reduction in bankruptcies is particularly pronounced in hospitality and transport, and kind of the sectors most affected by this crisis. So this is clearly a sign of the government support behind, which will end at some point. Now, by the time it ends, we might be back in a situation of pent-up demand. So these companies might actually face strong enough demand. But definitely, we will need to invest more as a societies into the reskilling, into more digital capabilities. And we will need to invest more in making sure that also smaller firms can move alongside, where you see that the best predictor of advancement on the digital agenda is actually that you have done it in the past. So this is really a path dependency and capability problem. So smaller firms will need support. And we can also, of course, raise questions about the role of large digital platforms that they have in actually supporting those smaller firms versus competing with them.
Thanks. So this comes back to the policy stance. And Laurence, if I can come back to you on that one. I mean, we're fretting about whether the US is doing too much and whether they're overshooting. And it seems to me that we're less worried whether in Europe we're doing too little. We are content, and I think rightly so, that we actually, for once, the reaction was fast and it was innovative, and it introduced new tools that were not there before, the borrowing at the European Union level, for example, and the new Next Generation EU. But are the amounts in there enough to be able to, A, get the economies going again, and B, attack the kind of issues that Jan was just discussing, meaning the increased inequalities that we're going to be ending up at the end of the crisis?
Thanks. So that's the only question. I thought I would escape it, but I should have known better from you. So the first thing, I think, we have to be very realistic and practical, right? The US is enjoying this boom, not only because of the sizable fiscal stimulus, but because the economy is reopening. There's no, there will be no higher spending from households as long as the economy is not working. We cannot travel, otherwise we would all be with you. We cannot go to cinemas, restaurants moving, there's so much you can spend. So I think we should keep in mind that part of the delay is definitely the health situation. The other thing, and I very much enjoy what Jan was saying, I think as a complement to what he was saying, I would like to insist on 2 points. The first one is, as we reopen, effectively, what is on the background of Jan's words is there's a huge reallocation issue going on. And we don't really know the size, but commerce, retail will never be the same again. The consumption habits are changing, the work habits are changing. So the firms are changing what they produce and the way they produce it. And what will make the dynamic of the recovery is also the ability of some firms to die and reborn or born differently or adjust to the new situation, and for people to move from one job to another. Now, we know there are two types of policy for this, which are really key. No, three. One is competition, right? If you don't have competition, then you protect those firms to whom you have given cash during the crisis. They are not very good, but they employ a few people and they're going to continue. Jan talked about Superstar, and here I'm talking about Zombie. And I appreciate, Jan, you leave me the bad role for this, but that's one thing. Competition is essential to have the creative destruction you were giving. The second thing is education. And I think it's, we've seen the divide, right? We've seen people who are not able to connect, professors who are not able to deliver the best courses. We've seen it geographically and across people. So with digitalization, first there are investments to connect people to broadband, and all OECD countries are very far from covering their geography with a very good internet connection. And second, we have to reskill people. Now it's easy to say, and for people who have a certain level of education, it's fine. But bear in mind that people who left school at 16, they might not want to go and get some training again. So we have to get firms to actually partner to train people in jobs. And that, I think, is a joint policy between the public sector and the private sector. So competition for firms, education for people. And I think the last thing to keep in mind is if we want this reallocation to work, we need to keep, and Jan alluded to this, we need to keep a certain level of demand, because if you withdraw support from firm, from people, and at the same time you cut on fiscal policy, then there will not be enough demand for firms to continue to thrive, invest in new technology and invest in people. Thanks.
Thanks. The preliminary results from a poll that we're having is that most people believe we should be spending what it takes to get out. But this brings me back to Lee and to a question regarding debt. And I want to pick up on your brief mention of China and link it to a geographic area, Africa, which is perhaps particularly vulnerable in terms of being able to sustain a recovery given the very high costs of COVID crisis. And there's a recent study comparing contracts between Chinese state-owned entities and government borrowers in a number of developing economies, including Africa, but not only Africa. And it shows that there's certain particularities, for example, in terms of transparency, disclosure of the levels of debt, in terms of collateral, no Paris Club clauses, and in terms of policy influence. My question is not about the specific investments. My question is whether this kind of this type of investment behavior could trigger, in fact, a more systemic crisis in a particular region of the world.
I don't think so. That study was quite interesting in that it was the first time that we had some insight into the documentary practices of Chinese lenders in emerging markets. And there were some surprises there, but honestly, I think we should not over-lawyer this. China, as the world's largest bilateral creditor, derives its leverage not from its contracts, but from the fact that it is the world's largest bilateral creditor. And whatever is said in the contracts, the recipient countries are going to be reluctant to bruise China as a potential source of borrowing in the future. The analysis to date has been that, contrary to the propaganda that some in the official sector put out, China has not precipitated a debt trap, as it's sometimes called. China has been prepared to restructure its loans when circumstances require it. The suspicion of China, I think, derives principally from the fact that they have always done that in a bespoke way. They have always been obsessed with confidentiality, and so, and they have resisted the requests that they join with the Paris Club countries in coordinated approaches. They've resisted that until last year with the debt service suspension initiative and now with the common framework. So I think one can overstate the risk of China as the propellant for a sovereign debt crisis, either in a particular country or in a region. There is one aspect of this, however, that is particularly troublesome. And you see it in a country like Zambia that is attempting to restructure its debt now. Each creditor group, commercial, Paris Club bilateral, and China non-Paris Club bilaterals, each creditor group suspiciously watches the others. None of them want to be the ones that provide the debt relief that allows the sovereign to service in full and on time its loans from the others. And that suspicion and jealousy prompts a debt restructuring framework in which you really need to have comparable sacrifice or comparable burden sharing among the three groups. In the case of Zambia, China, a very large creditor, has not indicated its willingness, or at least the terms on which it's prepared to restructure its debt. And so the bondholders, the commercial creditors in Zambia, are saying they don't want to move forward until you see that. This is, I think, where we must move if this system is to function, that there has to be an adequate disclosure of the liabilities and then coordinated, comparable burden sharing.
Can we stay in Africa for the moment? One of the questions that we have comes from a participant, somebody who's watching from Liberia. And Jan, I'm turning to you on this one. On the questions about the role of African leaders in ensuring a global recovery and how it would impact on African countries' growth and productivity in the medium term. And I wanted to take this as an opportunity to ask, because we talked about divergences within countries, and we sort of, the kind of possible opening up of additional inequalities within countries. But then, of course, there's the international dimension. Are we seeing here a situation where the US, having pumped, no brakes, is going to pull ahead, Europe struggling behind it, China coming through, but the weaker parts of the world, Africa being one, being left behind?
We haven't researched Africa in any depth in this research, but surely I would see a situation that this crisis, which is really unleashing a wave or a step up in digitization that we've been in a way waiting for quite some while, and where many people have worried for quite some while why we don't see the respective productivity advances. That this step up will be most pronounced where, on the one hand, there's demand strong enough to also manage the transition. So if there's so much demand for workers, so much, they can actually also shift skills by force. But also where the technological capabilities and the managerial capabilities are highest. And at this stage, this is the case in the US and in China. So I do think the risk of further international divergence is very real and tangible.
All right. Let me go back to Laurence and pick up the conversation on policy where we left it, which is that you talked about a situation of secular stagflation. There's a piece in the FT this morning which talks about multiple equilibria in the world economy. As economists, we tend to think that the economies eventually gravitate to an equilibrium. But perhaps, our models need to change. We are facing a fundamentally different environment, which is punctuated by structure shifts that we have not had before. So our understanding needs to change and seems to be shifting in the economics profession, and our policy tools in terms of, for example, what we consider to be sustainable as debt, or the right mix between monetary and fiscal policy, or the role of central banks, seems to be evolving in a very rapid way, not just on the fiscal stance, but more broadly. So do you think that we are learning new tricks?
Yes, we're always learning anyway. And I think, we can make projections, but we're trying to span the universe of possible things and to give some kind of range of uncertainty for policymakers to actually act within this range of uncertainty. But I think if we manage to do that, we're already good, doing a very good job. What is very striking when we look at both sides of the Atlantic, actually, there are many striking things across the globe. You think about what Lee was saying about China entering something that is negotiating with Paris Club. That's really new. You were asking about Africa. They're using actually digital tool to see at the right time, weather-wise, insurance companies are helping them to do this. And also one thing we have seen in this crisis is how emerging market economies have used mobile phone or digital tool to actually wire cash to people who lost their job or who couldn't work. They've also done QE, central banks in emerging market. Nobody expected that. They have actually been able to issue a lot more in local currency, and that's also very new. Whether there's a big paradigm shift, I think is a big question, and I will say two things on this. The first one is, if I exclude the first of the 3 US plans, so if I exclude the 1.9 trillion we discussed at the beginning, and I look at the investment plan, which is the second plan, and I look at the social plan, which is the third one, what the US is doing in a way is very similar to, it's converging towards the European social welfare model in a way. So is that new? Probably not. Will it be the same exactly? No, but it's some convergence in that direction. If I look at what we were saying for debt at the beginning, I think one thing which is really key is that monetary policy with QE and with the interest rates very low has actually enabled fiscal policy. Now, for this enabling to last and to deliver productive spending, productive investment, we talked about digitalization a lot. We could have talked about climate. But for this to actually materialize, I think that this spending needs to go into productive usage. Because one thing hasn't changed, I think it's the mistrust from countries who have actually managed their public finances well in the past towards the others. And reciprocally, I think the countries which had less well managed their public finance are always concerned that they are continuing to do so. So I think where we need to change is on public debt management and making sure that it actually is channeled to the right spending, that there is proper policy evaluation. And by the way, we've got a lot to learn from the US on this. And that is the key for monetary policy to continue enabling this spending, and that we get the right sequence of recovery, fiscal policy accompanying the exit and investment, and then normalizing. And then after, assuming we have no inflation or little, then we can get monetary policy normalization. So same thing, pieces of the juggle of the jigsaw are in different positions.
Thanks very much. We could continue this conversation for quite a long. It's been very wide-ranging and interesting, but we're out of time. So I'd like to thank very much Laurence Boone from the OECD, Jan Mischke from the McKinsey Global Institute, and Lee Buchheit for their intervention. And thank you all for watching.
Thank you.
You know that special feeling when you finally see the bigger picture? When you look at something from a different angle and suddenly it all makes sense. When people from different backgrounds and cultures work together, sharing insights, looking for answers, posing new questions about the world we live in. Remarkable things happen at intersections. And the European University Institute in Florence is where you experience it. Pursue your PhD in economics, history, law, or political and social sciences.
I decided to do my PhD at the EUI because it provides a unique structure of the PhD, where you can fully work on your own project.
Our professors are eager to help you contribute in your own way to a better understanding of our ever-changing world. Our campus is located among the beautiful hills overlooking Florence. We offer a well-structured and fully funded PhD program with close supervision, advanced courses, and training opportunities.
The UI makes a huge effort in bringing top professionals to come and give seminars to us. They also pay a lot of attention in making sure that they're matching with your supervisor.
You will have access to our first-class research library and the historical archives of the European Union.
To me, the role of archive is fundamental. As an early modern historian, but at the UI you find one of the most important archives in Europe.
You'll get plenty of opportunity to interact with visiting experts and leaders.
I would say that the student life at the UI is very lively. I mean, there are many clubs for sports activities or acting or music.
Experience a truly international environment in the company of over 1,000 scholars from 75 countries. You will make connections for life.
Why would I recommend the EY to new researchers? Well, I think it is because in this place, you come here with your own research topic. You come here on your own proposal, and I think that's really unique.
And I think if you use it right, then you can really make it an unforgettable time.
Apply now and become the best you can be.
Okay, so a few seconds before we start, now I mute your microphones from here. And wait a second, please. thing, can you please leave the room and enter again because we are having problem with your connection. I'm sorry. Leave this room, go back to the welcome room. Thank you very much. Sorry, a few more seconds while we fix this. Okay, if you agree, we can start with the panel. So, everything's ready. Pay attention in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, live.
Welcome back to the State of the Union conference. We carry on with our afternoon sessions here at the European University Institute. On the 21st of September 2020, world heads of state and governments unanimously committed to an ambitious political declaration for the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. Now, what's been happening since then? That's what we're going to be discussing at this next session, which is moderated by Alexander Stutzman, Special Advisor to the President of the United Nations General Assembly.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Good evening, good afternoon to all of you. Dear friends of the State of the Union, of the EU and of the UN, it's a pleasure to be with all of you this afternoon. Welcome to this panel on a reinvigorated multilateralism for the future we want with the UN we need. With us this afternoon, a very distinguished panel that I'm going to have the pleasure to introduce right now with impressive experience, both at UN and EU level for many of you, but also a very solid background and expertise on the areas that we will be discussing. With us, we have Isabelle Durand, Acting Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development in Geneva. Isabelle, you were former Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium, former parliamentarian, Vice President of the European Parliament, but also most importantly, I want to say, a very active civil society engager throughout your political career, making sure that the voice of the people is heard when it comes to policy making. With us as well, Cristina Galach Figueras, State Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs in Spain. Cristina, before entering politics, you have had a long experience and solid experience both at the EU and at the UN as a spokesperson of the very first High Representative for Foreign Policy and Security Policy, but as well as Under-Secretary General for Communication and Information at the United Nations. With us today as well, Nathalie Samarazinghe. Nathalie, you are the Executive Director of the UN Foundation UN Association, in the United Kingdom. You have a long-standing experience in the realm of civil society, in grassroots movements and involvement in UN affairs. But also you were the chief strategist last year in 2020 of the UN 75 campaign of the UN Secretary General. And last but not least, Volker Turk with us today, Assistant Secretary General for Strategic Coordination in the Executive Office of the Secretary General in New York City, where among the many other tasks that you are monitoring, following and doing, you also have this important file of the implementation of the UN 75 strategy and declaration. Volker, you have a long-standing career in the UN Civil Service with the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, both in the field and in Geneva at headquarters. You've tackled very serious files there. One of them that is most known to all of us is the Global Compact for Migration, not that long ago, but you also have, and this is the University Institute in Florence here, an academic background and an academic career in the field of international law and human rights law. Now, this being a virtual event, we have, of course, a virtual audience, and I invite everyone from that virtual audience to participate actively in the chat that is accessible to the platform, and as well maybe to answer, if you feel like it, but please go ahead, the poll questions that we've put on the platform about the effectiveness of the United Nations, and we shall look at the result of those polls in due course during our discussion. Let's get back and into the substance. In 2020, as was alluded to, in the middle of a global pandemic, the UN celebrated its 75th anniversary, a rather low-key anniversary given the circumstances, but nevertheless, the opportunity to both look back at achievements, or some would say the non-achievements of the United Nations over those decades, but as well looking forward and taking the lessons learned from the past to see how we could courageously, while listening to the voices coming from behind, and those voices are member states, of course, but also thinkers in their various diversity, civil society, and most importantly, youth, how this could all be incorporated into what would become the vision, the course of action for the United Nations in the years ahead. Circumstances, COVID-19, have shown that international cooperation is more crucial, more needed than ever nowadays. Challenges, old and new, do accumulate. We know them. The United Nations were created for that: peace and security, eradication of poverty. But we also see today climate change, sustainable development goals, the digital divide, and most important and often forgotten, the underlying human rights dimension to all of those questions. Like the EU, the UN was created to answer them as effectively as possible, because those organizations share the same values, the same objectives, the same DNA. They should also come up together with similar solutions. Therefore, the questions are these organizations in the current context able, are they equipped well enough to fight and overcome those challenges? Are they listening to their environment, and are they including what they hear or could hear into their way of doing and in their policy making? Therefore, first question to all of you in order to set the scene of our panel discussion today about the UN 75 strategy and campaign, which was a real attempt by the UN system, by member states, by the Secretary General, by the General Assembly, to listen to the outside world in order to define the course of actions for the years and the decades ahead. The Secretary General talks about a new social contract, the need to restore trust, the need to inspire hope. Leaders adopted the declaration in September, world leaders adopted the declaration in September last year, and which is an ambitious text. Now is the time to deliver. What is, in your organization, the delivery? How do you, in your respective capacity, deliver on UN 75? And maybe I start with you, Cristina. Spain is actively involved as a member state in this implementation process. How do you see that? And I would then move to Nathalie, who's been at the helm of the 2020 campaign, from her perspective, but also, the 75th campaign in 2020. Moving then to Isabel to give us the perspective from Geneva as what multilateralism means there. And finally, Volker, who's the man in charge in the Secretary General's Executive Office. Tell us more about the steps ahead. Cristina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'll be very brief because we don't have much time, and I think it's good that we all engage in a good discussion. We took very seriously the 75th declaration that the Secretary General and the member states, approved, because we take very seriously in the Spanish government multilateralism. So what we did, a month after, our Prime Minister gathered a smaller group of heads of state and government representing the different continents, altogether over 12, 13 of them. And they went over in a rather agile discussion the key issues on which we had to work decisively. And we identified a few of them, and I think it's good that I tell them which they are and what we have been doing. The first one was to definitely take very seriously the 2030 Agenda, the SDGs, and understand that the ambition we had set for us because of COVID, because of what the world was going through, we needed to reinvigorate what we were doing in order to implement and in order to achieve the implementation of the goals. And one very practical idea that was put at the table and we are working on is to adopt a multidimensional poverty index as a metric to better measure progress, understanding that we have all fall behind, in particular those countries that are weak. Second area of work that is already enshrined in the 75th Declaration is health. And on that, we work on a number of areas, in particularly making universal health care coverage. This is critical. And I think what we are doing now with our bilateral cooperation with countries and we are doing collectively is important. Third area of work, environment and energy transition. As, for example, we have adopted in Spain a very strong environment and energy transition law, and working with the other member states, in particular, this is a smaller group that we gather. Fourth, gender critical, not only women, peace and security, but the gender equality agenda. What we did ourselves is to adopt a feminist foreign policy and structure a number of very specific actions on gender. And fifth, and I think you will understand why, migration. Migration in order to support a safe, orderly, regular migration as a means of reducing global inequality. So these were 5 areas that the group of countries that met as a follow-up of the 75th anniversary declaration agreed to, and we move on with them. I think in all the areas we, as a Spain, we are working hard. On top of that, we were able to increment our financial support to key international organizations and funds and programs of the UN that were in greatest need. UNRWA, for example, UN Women, IOM, UNHCR, etc. So even considering that our resources are limited, to make an extra mile, to explain to our public opinion that even in moments of difficulty internally, it is complex for everybody. Spain GDP has fallen. We have ratios of unemployment which have been growing, but we need to commit and to work in order to reinforce our multilateralism and the strength of the multilateralist organizations. We will continue. I think it is just a great signal, and we want to be on top of our international obligations. Over to you.
Thank you. So no reason to disengage, and very hands-on, very pragmatic approach with very concrete action. Isabel, I'm pretty sure that in Geneva, this is a similar approach that you share.
For sure. And I would add the fact that Geneva is sometimes perceived as another place far from New York.
Is this better now?
Sorry. I continue, Alex?
Yes, go ahead. Okay.
So just to, Geneva is far from New York. New York is the center and the headquarters of the UN. But in Geneva, we are building the concrete multilateralism. We are building that with, of course, trade and development, as is the case for UNCTAD, but also WHO, of course, health and COVID shows how important it is. Also, WIPO, that's an organization not well known regarding intellectual property, but that's key, especially in the vaccine and vaccination issue. There is also a lot of organizations, I think, to the meteorological organization working about alert for tsunami and all those issues which are changing really concretely the life of the people. It's not exactly because of the 75th anniversary. Nevertheless, I think that Geneva is probably a base where we can try to build or rebuild trust, rebuild concrete issues which could change the life of the people. Even if, of course, I agree with Christina on all the important issues that she mentioned. Nevertheless, showing that, well, in Geneva, it's not because it's in Geneva, but those organizations of the UN system are providing a lot of standard rules. And we know how important it is in this COVID period where we feel that COVID-19, but also climate change, digitalization, all the challenge of digitalization are also something which is in the common agenda of the Secretary General. We have to have maybe a new Geneva Convention on digitalization rules and common goods for digitalization. So just to mention that in Geneva, where we try to organize some debate for the date of the anniversary, but more than that, providing concrete output which could help really to let understand that multilateralism, it's not only in New York or in the Security Council or in the General Assembly. It's also basically on a lot of issues which are very concrete. And for instance, in UNCTAD, maybe it's not well known, but we are working on customs, digital preparedness of the countries, on women and trade, and how we can increase the women in STEM, all the technology discussion. So all those concrete projects are demonstration of the necessity, but also the concrete deliverables of the UN. Voilà, that's what I wanted to add at that stage.
Thank you very much, Isabelle. That really shows, I mean, this gap that is often pointed at between New York and Geneva. I mean, you just illustrated the example that if there's a political push that comes from New York, there's also a strong, very strong normative power that can be in Geneva, and that the two are actually complementary. I don't know if we have Nathalie with us again. Yes, Nathalie, how do you see that from your perspective? I mean, you've been there throughout 2020 when the UN was listening to the world. I think we still have some connection issues with Nathalie. Maybe let me switch to Volker. Volker, you are the man in charge at the Executive Office on the whole implementation process of UN 75. Tell us more about what the steps ahead look like.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks again for organizing this event. I think it's very good that there is a focus and a bridge building between what the European Union does and in terms of its own iconic, I mean, in a way, the European Union lives multilateralism on a daily basis, and it's obviously very much connected with the UN, and a lot of things that are happening within the European Union converge very much with the type of things that we are undertaking. Perhaps just before I answer your question, Alex, I think it is important when we talk about multilateralism to really bear in mind that it affects the daily lives of people. And I think we really need to much more compellingly show that case, because whether we travel, whether we receive our mail, whether people in humanitarian crisis are able to get assistance and protection, I mean, this is due to effectively multilateralism. And actually the scorecard on what the UN has been doing for the last 75 years is an incredible one when it comes to peace and security, avoidance of a major third world war, which was one of its purposes. The fact that we have a very robust human rights machinery that inspires people all around the world. The fact that we have decolonization and apartheid abolished as a result of UN efforts. The fact that we have the Sustainable Development Goals, that we have climate action. So there are a lot of achievements that I think we need to also bear in mind when we talk about the future of multilateralism. Now, concretely, UN 75, a massive listening exercise, 1.5 million people participated in it. There was a strong engagement and discussions with people all around the world. It is clear our main emphasis now is to make sure that the report that the Secretary General has to present on what is called the common agenda to address present and future challenges, that it really talks to the issues that people face all around the world, that it has a global perspective, that it talks about what you mentioned earlier, the social contract that we see in many instances, unfortunately, broken. We see more and more protest movements. Christina mentioned also, we see protest movements on gender equality, on racism, on climate action. The young people, women leaders come forward more and more. And we really need to capture that energy and make sure that we find a way at the national level to build and rebuild the social contract. But then at the international level, and the Secretary General has been very clear about this, what is it that we can do to make multilateralism more inclusive, more participatory, more networked, and more effective? And that's the big task that we have ahead of us, to actually come up with some very concrete ideas. The Secretary General wants to have a manifesto of the future, of multilateralism of the future, and to really analyze how we can do much better. And we will not be able to do the optimal. We should always strive for the optimal, but we also need to be bearing in mind current geopolitics and some frankly, some dysfunctionalities that we also see in the political arena, and really try to move ahead and forge a very different type of governance for the future that actually is able to respond much more effectively to the massive challenges that we face today. Over to you,
Thank you,
Alex.
Volker. Thank you. I think you perfectly set out the scene, and we will get back to these concrete answers and solutions to those challenges. But let us just dwell for a second on the challenges. Although, and you said it, I mean, it was clear in the massive poll of last year, the UN image is a very positive, or rather positive one, even and especially among young people, but across the world, especially with the people that benefit from the UN. So basically the cost of a non-UN would basically make the world a much worse place to stay in. But however, although this is true, there are some misachievements of the United Nations. The organizations and international organizations in general don't always manage to answer and tackle properly those challenges. As a result, the trust in the organizations themselves, or in the legitimacy of those organizations, has been diminishing. How can we tackle that? How can we overcome this? How can the UN concretely act better? How can it communicate better about what it does? I mean, Christina, you've been in that role at some point in your previous career. How can it put those people that are the we the peoples of the United Nations Charter, how can it put them back into the center? Who wants to go first for that? Isabel?
Why not? Yes, that's really the challenge, because the exercise to listen was, of course, key. But now we have to deliver, and it's true that when you look at the intergovernmental system, which is, of course, an addition of member states with divergence, geopolitical issues, etc., how could we adapt the system to really include those voices, those new groups? I think, of course, you mentioned youth, but not only youth. It's also the question of how do we listen to the protest? How do we listen to the cities, for instance? I know that for the SG, it's also something which is important, because cities everywhere in the world are a place where you can organize the things and the transition, the ecological transition, but also maybe the democratic transition differently. We know that the states are no longer the unique actor representing all the country. I didn't contest, of course, the election or the legitimacy of the elected government. Nevertheless, there is a lot of other players. And if you look at the digital world, for instance, yes, the countries are really without any or with a very few capacity to regulate or to intervene in a sector which is managed by the private sector and especially by some big companies. So on all those things, we have to identify, keeping the legitimacy of member states, how we could not only consult regularly, but add a real, not only a voice, but a concrete participation of those different entities. The other problem is that the new civil society, and you spoke that I know very well civil society. Yes, true, but today the civil society is no longer the usual suspect. I mean, the organization, and especially in the UN system and even in the European system, the think tank doing well and providing analysis, etc. That's nice, but that's not exactly what is resonating in the society. The young generation for climate and all other movements, which are really totally different, and they have the same mistrust in the organized civil society. And it's also the case on national level. So we have really to look how we can work with those groups which are not really well organized, but representing a new way to look at the society, regionally, nationally, but also on the international level. And I think that there is a big paradox, because all those new movements are feeling that multilateralism or international cooperation is absolutely key. Nevertheless, they are really not in capacity to really bring together their ideas with the ideas of other groups, because they are really dedicated to some issues. So I think that with civil society and new movement in the society, we have to do more with the cities, with new partners, of course, with the private sector, but also in the private sector, how do we add, for instance, the startup, the new SMEs, and not only the usual suspect in the big federation of private sector, which are of course important, but they are not really playing all the roles that we need in the recovery or in the post-COVID period. Finally, I think that the system as such is a little bit bureaucratic, if I can be a little just showing that we have probably to adapt or rules or way to work. It's a big organization, so of course it's difficult. Nevertheless, I think that we could simplify a lot of process of participation in order to really give the voice to people and try to build with them something as concrete project that they can really flag as UN project in my country, in my region, even sometimes with my group of gender, of youth or others. Yes, that's something that I receive from the UN. That would be a fantastic message.
Thank you, and thank you for being so candid as well. I mean, I don't know, Volker, if that last remark of Isabel rings a bell. I mean, you're in the cockpit of the big organization, but you also come from a very efficient agency that has shown that the UN can also be extremely flexible and adaptable. So are there any lessons learned maybe that you have taken from UNHCR and that would be good for the overall secretariat of the main flagship?
You know, one of the most important lessons is really this people orientation. And it's a people orientation that, especially when the UN is present on the ground, is operationally engaged, has programs that delivers to people, that we are not doing it in an abstract way, but that we're doing it concretely, that we understand the needs of people, that we understand their rights, that we understand their aspirations. And the approach that we had in UNHCR, which I think is one that really rings very true in so many other contexts as well, is an age gender diversity approach, where we actually, whenever we spend money, whenever we program, whenever we operationalize our response, it was really important for us to analyze very well the people who we serve. And it means that you actually sit down with them, you understand, you have feedback loops built in. You understand who they are. You don't see it as a homogeneous group of people. You actually see them and break it down into different age groups, men and women, boys and girls, people with disabilities, LGBTI, people who belong to minority groups. So you actually try to understand what are their needs, what do they want to achieve, how can we best respond through our support. And for instance, one of the big things that came out of this is to move away from traditional models of humanitarian assistance to cash assistance, and to actually make sure that we understand the agency that people have, their resilience, even in extreme crisis situations and in conflict situations. And I think that's a real lesson, and it's what Isabel mentioned. It also debureaucratizes what unfortunately often is a big issue, that we have too much bureaucracy. Frankly, sometimes this bureaucracy also comes from member states, because there are a lot of micromanagement that happens. But in order for us to be agile and flexible and nimble and respond to what people need and want, we need to adopt this approach of this people orientation. And there are lots of very good practices at the ground level, at the field level, at the country level, where we are able to respond in the most remote locations around this earth. And let's not forget, the UN is present in almost all countries around the world, and not just in capital cities. It is present in sometimes places that sometimes even people from their own country would not even know that they exist. And we are there, and we are responding, and we are trying to help and assist and serve people.
Thank you, Volker. I think indeed it's important to remember that the UN is not just the headquarters, but that it is those who are actually acting in the field and that are making the world a better place. Christina, from a member state's perspective, and maybe also with your background as a communications Undersecretary General of the UN, how could that communication, that overcoming of challenges maybe be improved? What should the UN be doing?
Well, I think the best communication is action and delivery. And I think, as a follow-up of what Isabel and Volker has mentioned, I would like to share with you some of our reflections of, in particular last year, New York, Geneva. New York, during COVID, rather stalled. The big geopolitical confrontation, the huge geopolitical confrontation, really impeded the Security Council to operate well. The General Assembly was able to do certain things. Whereas if we went to Geneva, we saw the agencies active, in particular, of course, WHO, but also IOM, but also UNHCR, but also etc., etc. And what was more interesting for us is the work of the UN teams on the ground. So I think it's clear that the geopolitical stalemate had an impact in how the UN was able to be organized. There was no Security Council resolution on COVID until many months after. I think this probably has changed a little bit, hopefully quite a bit, we don't know yet, with the re-engagement of the United States. But I think what happened last year was quite paradigmatic of a major world crisis that needed the whole system to be truly operating, and it was probably, one part was more efficient than the rest. Second, I think we have to look at this year, and this year, the delivery and the proof for our citizens that the UN and the member states work and deliver is the extremely important agenda we have in front of us: health, vaccines. Vaccines are going to be the test that nobody is left behind. Second, the summit, the Food Security Summit, very critical, and it's going to come sometime in the summer. Third, the Biodiversity Summit, another important step of this year. And fourth, the climate meeting in Glasgow. So I think just looking at these huge themes, starting with health, vaccines, and following with the others, I think we member states have to ensure that we bring at the table proposals, we commit to implement them, we bring at the table engagements, we raise our obligations, and to me, this is the best communication for our international system, that if we didn't have it, we need to create something with as little bureaucracy as possible, but there is always the need of a bureaucracy. Hopefully it's a good bureaucracy, but definitely the current agenda we have in front of us will not be realized unless we are all engaged. And I think this year can be the test that things can change.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Again, very action-oriented. Nathalie is back with us. I would like to give you a chance to share your thoughts on the previous question as well, but also on this one, and maybe to be from a civil society point of view, which you're representing here, very concrete as well about the remedies, the solutions, the concrete action that the UN and the whole UN system could come forward in order to overcome these difficulties.
Thank you, Alex, and apologies for the connection trouble. I'm joining you from the far remote, location of London, so I don't know what happened
Brexit.
there. But I had, no comment. But I had the privilege of working on the UN 75th anniversary last year. And I think, one of my resounding takeaways from that is that we don't need to ask this question over and over again. Is multilateralism needed? Is it relevant? Because quite simply, there is a demand for it. People want global solutions. They want global cooperation. They see the need for it. I mean, what we did is we went out and asked people, what are your hopes and fears for the future? What are your expectations of multilateralism, of the UN? And what are your solutions to the challenges that you face? What are you doing in your communities that could be scaled up, that we could support you with, that could be replicated, and so on? We had over 1.5 million people take part, millions more engaged, 60,000 organizations. And they were pretty, united in their view. It turns out that multilateralism is actually far more popular than populism in that sense. I think, it was really heartening to find that 75% of the people we asked said the UN was essential to their future, future security, their future prosperity, their future well-being. But there's a catch. It's not an entirely positive story. There's a huge mismatch, I think, between what people expect from the UN and what they perceive it as delivering, which builds on the points that were made about communications and et cetera. And I think a lot of this is about inclusion. I mean, one of the roles I'm keen to take forward, now in civil society is really working on that bridge between the people and the UN. We shouldn't have these consultations as one-off. We should build, as Volker said, on the best practices from the field and institutionalize that. This should be part of the DNA. It shouldn't be something that is innovative to ask people what their hopes and fears are and to crowdsource solutions. It shouldn't be something that is controversial. The pandemic has shown that we need a whole of society response. We need all sectors to work together. So I think that is, for me, really the core theme. If you're looking at solutions and what we can put forward, I mean, the magic formula for everything is political will. I mean, that is difficult to achieve, and Isabel and others will can speak to that much better than I can. But I think communications. My take, to add to what Christina said, is we need to be much bolder and really embrace what we do. I think there's a tendency for us to go on the defensive as champions and proponents on multilateralism. I think, a parallel I would draw is the debate around migration in Europe. I am a Sri Lankan immigrant to Austria. I feel this very keenly. That's my background. And I see that often we cede the ground. We cede the debate to people who are, maybe more extreme and have kind of retrospective, retroactive views. Whereas actually we should just say migration happens, multilateralism is needed. Let's focus the discussion on how we improve things and make it more effective. Our outreach last year showed that there is no shortage of support. And then the last point, I think I want to make is inclusion is not just a buzzword. We love to talk about partnerships. We love to talk about inclusion, but I think it is a challenge in itself. If you look at one of the most profound changes over the last 75, now 76 years, yes, it's climate change. Yes, it's new technologies, but it's also this shift of power. Power is no longer just the preserve of states. It has flowed vertically, horizontally to different geographic regions, but also to cities, to companies, to civil society movements. You have companies that have bigger GDPs than countries. You have influencers that can, wipe millions of the market. We need to, really get to grips with the fact that our world is networked, but our UN system, our global system is very state-centric. So right. If we are to really address the challenges, we need to really take forward the Secretary General's call for multilateralism to be more networked and inclusive. It's not about, us being more relevant. It's actually about being able to tackle the challenges that we face.
Right, so a complex networking in an even more complex world. On those issues of partnerships and of reaching out to actors, maybe it's time to move over to questions from the audience, because we do have a few. And one just fits perfectly in here, which comes from Winston Dokeran. Winston is asking us about microlateralism in this multilateralism, talking about small states. Is there any concrete role for the smaller states to join in leading efforts by big ones? Because it's true that in the UN, we tend to talk very much about the P5. But there's a whole General Assembly with 93 members behind. Who wants to go first on that one?
I will.
Go ahead,
okay.
Isabel.
So yes, I thank you, Winston, for your question, because it's true that, for instance, for the moment, we are witnessing a big effort from the SIDS, the small island countries. And they are really doing a lot of efforts because they were brutally affected by the COVID-19 because of the stop of tourism and the problem of climate change, small states in the ocean. So they really try to show something which is important for the UN, is working about or on the specific vulnerabilities of countries or groups of people. And I think that it's true that the situation of a group of young people in Barbados is not exactly the same that the young people in New York or in Addis Ababa. And I think that this approach through vulnerabilities is a way to show that it's not only the GDP, of course, or not only the traditional categories, but we have to address some specific vulnerabilities, and the small state island specifically, not only those one, but especially those one, are really very specific in their way to address the question of the recovery after COVID, etc. So I agree that we have probably in the multilateral system to develop a way which is not with category, but something which is more agile, more fluid regarding the specific vulnerabilities. And I think that it could help us to address specific problems of countries on another way. Of course, there are countries, so as a nation, they have a voice in the General Assembly, of course. But it's not enough, because this voice is very specific, one on the 192. So it's important not only to have groups, but vulnerabilities which could be shared between Barbados, but also another country with a different type of problems, but with a small size or a small voice in the debate. So I think that it's a way to work. And I give you another example. We are working now with some regional organization, economic regional organization. And we know, of course, the biggest one, but small ones, for instance, the Economic Union in Eurasia, or the CARICOM, put together two small regions, and try to let them discuss which are the specific problems that they are facing. I think that it could be very useful and a little bit out of the traditional box that we have in the UN.
Right, so shifting away from the member state-centric model. Volker, Christina, does that ring a bell? Any complement to that question?
Well, very briefly, just to say that we have to take very seriously the needs of these smaller states, and there are a number of ways to do it. And I think in our case, Spain partners with SIDS on specific issues, and I think we have to encourage more member states, medium-sized member states, others that do provide the support to bring to the attention their specific needs. Isabel defined them very well. Their vulnerabilities are terrible, the Caribbean countries, in terms of climate change or the impact of tourism, etc., etc. So yes, I think there is this word which is solidarity, and then coming up front and supporting them in order to ensure that their specific needs are identified and addressed.
Thank you. Let me get to another question. We had a second question from the floor. It was a question by Laurie, which I found very interesting in the light of what we've discussed in terms of bureaucracy, UN reform, and involvement of civil society and other kind of stakeholder actors. The question is, in an organization that is funded through member states and mandated through member states, what are the ideas in terms of including non-state actors formally into the structures rather than giving them ad hoc structures, special envoys roles, or special commission, which is always at the periphery of the system, but then the system remains very, very heavily member states oriented. Volker, any views on this maybe?
Well, actually, a number of governments in their delegations have now started to involve civil society representatives or young representatives of youth movements, which is very good practice. And frankly, if you look at a lot of the intergovernmental processes, I think they are, and they have opened up, although it's not enough, they have opened up to a much more inclusive approach, including with NGOs, civil society representatives. Of course, when it comes to the operational agencies, funds and programs, it's absolutely clear that none of the work that UNHCR, that IOM, that WFP, that UNICEF does could be done without partners. I mean, there is a very strong partnership approach, and frankly, civil society and a number of these operational agencies are hand in glove on this, because they wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. And I think that's very important. So
it's good to say it. It's good to know it. So thank you for pointing that out. Nathalie, just a final from your point of view.
Yeah, just a very quick comment. I mean, I actually wrote a very radical proposal a few years back about, wouldn't it be great to open up the UN's membership? So it included civil society and, private sector actors. And it was really meant to spark a discussion. But, we have a lot of models out there. You look at the ILO, we're going back to 1919. And you have this tripartite decision-making system that can be a bit slow in terms of getting to the decisions, but then implementation is quicker because you have all the actors on board. And we have plenty of multi-stakeholder models now. The Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance is, of course, really in the spotlight now. I think these are the sort of things we need to draw from. I think it'll be hard to change the formal structures. We all know how difficult that can be. But looking at an issue and forming some coalitions around that, I think that's a really interesting space to watch.
Right, that's rather optimistic. It means it's possible. And let me turn to optimism. We have the answers to the questions that had been put forward. The first one was, how effective do you think the United Nations and multilateral organizations in general are in tackling major global challenges? I think you've answered this in this panel. The answer from the audience is 75% think they are fairly effective. Nobody says very effective, but nobody says not effective at all. So it's 3/4, 1/4, 75 fairly, 25 rather not effective. So that's rather a good sign. And to the second question to the panel, which was to the audience, what do you think the United Nations and multilateral organizations in general should focus on to be more effective? 22% say that multilateral organizations should concentrate on what they've been created for and just stick to that, in this case, the UN Charter, without involving. And 78% say that, of course, organizations should evolve with their time, with their circumstances, and become more inclusive. It's time to wrap up our session. As a word of conclusion, I would like each of you in 2 words, maybe 3, just tell me your vision of the UN of 2045, when the UN will be 100. What kind of UN do you want? What kind of UN do we need? Isabel, 3 words.
Open UN and with a lot of new coalition.
Christina?
Effective, addressing the real needs of the population. And let me go back to the origin and what Dag Hammarskjöld said, which is an imperfect organization, but indispensable. 100 years after its creation, the United Nations would be as indispensable as it is now. At the same time, we, the member states, would have to be more focused to ensure it is more efficient.
Nathalie, in 3 words, literally?
A truly global partnership.
And Volker, what are your 3 words?
The champion of the future, a happy place where things can be discussed and where we can see a future that is actually working for all of us. So I think, sorry, there was a bit of a calling.
Very good.
There.
I mean, on this very happy note, thank you very much. Thanks to our wonderful panelists. You've been fantastic discussing those very important issues. I hope that put some appetite for more UN issues in the audience that's been following us. Stay with us. The State of the Union is continuing, and we are looking forward also to see you all in person in Firenze for the 11th edition in 2022. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All the best.
All the
Nice
best.
seeing you.
And greetings to Arantxa.
Bye.
regulations for digital markets have been implemented in many countries and many others are being developed. The European Union is discussing a new Digital Market Act, a regulation package to shape the future of the digital economy in Europe, which will have far-reaching implications. Which ones? That's exactly what we're going to discuss at the next session of the State of the Union conference, moderated by Giacomo Calzolari, Professor of Economics at the European University Institute and Research Fellow at the Center for Economic Policy Research.
Thank you, and welcome everybody. As I said, I'm Giacomo Calzolari. I'm an economist at the European University Institute, and I'm very happy to be here with you today to discuss and moderate the panel on regulating the global digital economy, what role for international cooperation. So let me start really thanking our panelists. I will introduce them in a moment. But I also want to thank our audience for this late event that has been necessary to accommodate different time zones around the world. So this is going to be an intense panel. We have many distinguished panelist speakers, and we only have 50 minutes for a topic that I'm sure could take us discussing for hours. So without further ado, let's set the scene. So I would say that there is a general consensus that the tools we currently have, typically coming from competition policy that intervene ex post on markets, have effects that are too small, they arrive too late, and then to be not particularly effective when applied to digital markets. So although we don't necessarily all agree with these statements, we could say that nevertheless, the train of regulation has already left the station. So here we are, in fact, discussing the fact that many countries with different attitudes have proposed or are discussing new regulations, new approaches for digital markets. For example, Europe is participating in this process with the new Digital Market Act, actually a combination of acts, proposals, the Digital Market Act with the Digital Service Act, together a package that may actually shape the future digital economy, not only in Europe, but also let's mention the Data Governance Act. So with this panel, we want to explore how and to what extent these regulations will set new standards in digital markets and how they will affect relations with non-European countries and companies. As I said, it's going to be intense, and unfortunately, with only a few minutes for each panelist. And so I would like also to set the rules of the game for our panel. So we are going to have 2 rounds of questions with, please, short answers. The first round, I would like our panelists to tell us what they think is today the most relevant issue with regulation of digital markets in general. I'm sure there will be differences which will make this panel's view rich and interesting. In the second round, I would instead like to ask our panelists to elaborate on the global dimension of these issues. Finally, we will hopefully have some time left for a short round of Q&A questions from our audience. So let's start with the first round, and we democratically proceed in alphabetical order. So I'm going to ask Vincenzo Amendola, who is Undersecretary of State for European Affairs of the Italian government, to break the ice. Thank you, Vincenzo. And let's start. You are muted, Vincenzo.
Yes. Thank you, Giacomo. Thank you, Professor. Big greetings to all the guests. Thank you for the democratical orders. That was my problem at school every time. And I will try to open the debate in a way that I can facilitate. I think that this is the cornerstone of the European Union legislation for the next years, because all the 3 regulations that we are going to have it and to discuss it will strengthen the cooperation between European Union and within the countries that are composing this frame. Of course, first point is to update ourselves. When we speak about open strategic autonomy of the European Union, we think 2 main pillars. One is green and one is digital, that are 2 twins that they have to work together. But of course, we know that this regulation, they have to not just to boost the European capacity and in terms of our economical approach and also our in terms of industrial approach, but we have also to compare it with the technological uploading, because sometimes the European regulation comes later. And when we speak about technological development, we cannot be so late. So first of all, is a way to strengthen our unity in terms of European Union. And for the first time, and this is the big change, and I will conclude, is that we have also resources, because Europe for many years, we compelled with a lot of statement without any resources. All the next generation plan, 20% will mean resources to implement our digital framework and our digital cooperation. Just for Italy, will be something like 42.5 billion in terms of data, technology, infrastructure. So it's a big boost. From one side, regulation, to the other side means resources to develop. But our way to discuss among the European, and then we check also globally, what does it mean, is to have a quick speed analysis, regulation, implementation, because the technological development in Europe was one of the pillars that we never developed in the last period. And if we want to be a global competitor, we need to fast our way to be part of this global competition.
Thank you, Vincenzo. Thanks a lot. So next in turn, Cristina Cafara. Cristina, she's a senior consultant to Charles Rives Associates in Europe. Thank you, Cristina.
Thank you so much, Giacomo. Thanks for this invitation. And I think it is important, even though I have very little time as a private sector speaker, to always start with a brief disclosure, because it's a question of integrity for me, and people who listen need to know where people come from. Just briefly, I've done work adverse to Google. I work for multiple regulators. I've done work for Amazon, for Apple, for Netflix, for Uber, for Microsoft. So these are some of the past clients. Let me start with, the question you pose is, what is the current burning issue in these markets, and why are we defaulting to regulation? In fact, I'd say there are 2 related problems. There is a market power problem, and there is a privacy data protection problem. And they are absolutely interrelated, because the market power is the one that allows the violations of privacy and data protection. And in turn, these violations support and entrench the market power. So we are in a world of surveillance, awash with tracking, under siege from personal ads. My phone is listening to me, all of the way to amplification and hate speech. And the one big problem that is flowing from that is the persistent way in which we continue to look at these 2 problems that are 2 sides of the same coin as separate. We have regulators operating in silos. We have the antitrust regulators and we have the privacy data protection regulators. And on each side, particularly on the antitrust side, there is a significant reluctance to engage with the data protection privacy issue, which are at the core of the problem we face today. You talk to the antitrust people, they say, well, we don't do data protection. It's called the privacy people over there. We are the antitrust people. We do market power only. And that distinction, that siloing, that church is at the source of a lot of the lack of understanding and the problems. So how have the antitrust people done by themselves? Have they done really well? No, of course, as you said at the beginning of your introduction, antitrust regulators have frankly floundered so far. In Europe, we've had cases against Google, which have failed miserably. There have been fines that have gone nowhere and certain remedies being ineffectual. We've never achieved to do anything with Facebook other than allowing through toxic mergers one after the other. We have an antitrust theater going on with Amazon and Apple, and we'll see where that takes in maybe 5 years. So this is why we are defaulting to the DMA, the regulation, and that is certainly something which is going to be occupying many of us, and certainly those on this panel, for some time. The reality, though, is that, let's face it, we have nothing to show for it so far. Profits are soaring for these companies. Their market cap is going up. There is certainly no sense that they're scared or anticipating a great big fear. What we're seeing and what we will see, and I hope that Andrea Schwab here is going to handle this and take it to the other way with the parliament process, is an attempt to put forward regulation, which is certainly remarkable at the current time. The rules that are being proposed are a mishmash of things. It's not clear to many how they're going to be actually operational, how they're going to constrain these companies with very different business model. It's very easy to say don't self-preference, but it means different things for different business models. So we need to be precise if we want them to absolutely stop doing bad things. It's not enough to enunciate a general principle. So I think it will be a big job to take this to be something that is actually implementable, but it is extremely important given the failure of antitrust so far. And then briefly, and to conclude, this is not the only game in town, of course. We'll talk about international scene, and we have, of course, the US, who at the moment is totally unimpressed with regulatory developments, and they think, well, we are going to do antitrust litigation, thank you very much, and we'll see where we get. So we're at different stages in this curve, but we can talk about that in the second part. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Christina. Thank you. So next in line, Ziyang Fan is head of digital trade at World Economic Forum. So Ziyang, thank you for being with us today.
Well, thank you so much, Professor. And before I answer the question, maybe I can suggest maybe just to reframe the question a bit. Personally, I prefer the term technology governance instead of technology regulation. Regulation obviously is a major part of governance, but there's definitely a lot more than just regulation. By definition, regulation takes time, whereas the development technologies is much, much faster. And also, regulation implies a top-down governmental approach. And as we all know, especially in the tech space, we need a lot more stakeholders to really achieve our goals. So to answer the question, definitely tons of issues in privacy, trust, etc. Competition. My distinguished fellow panelists will address that. For me, I work in digital trade, so cross-border global space. So for me, interoperability is really the key issue here. If you look at the regulation, no matter from what country or region, regulations have borders and internet doesn't, and that's a real challenge. Some examples, the data transfer is obviously something we all know well. The data privacy, rules, vary from place to place. GDPR certainly has become the de facto rule globally in a way, and the gold standards, but not all places, right? Not all countries and regions have similar rules as GDPR. And so how do we make sure that all those rules can work with each other? And what if there's an even more stricter rule than GDPR comes out? How should Europe react to that? Another example is digital payments. Right? I can send my email in an instant to the other side of the world, but if I want to send any payments, it takes literally days. Right? And it's in many ways it's the fragmented regulations, right? The different anti-money laundering, customer rules and licensing regimes, etc. Whereas the rules from one country is not interoperable with another. So that even if you have the technologies that exist that would enable you to move the funds, the regulatory side, the challenges that we need to overcome. Of course, another example from digital trade is that the digitizing documents right now. In many places, we would still need literally physical documents for global trade. But when we move to the digital space, there are so many different data models and data standards. So those are another examples. Interoperability for me is one of the most relevant issues. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Mariette Schaake, she's the International Policy Director at the Cyber Policy Center at Stanford University. Thank you, Mariette.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to join you, although, of course, Florence is a little bit more appealing than the screen. We hope to be able to visit Italy again soon. Let me just try to take a slightly different angle than the previous two speakers who have said very wise, or three speakers, apologies, very wise words. When we think about regulating, let us not forget that regulating is not an outcome. It's a process that can lead to a gazillion different destinations. But if you ask me what I believe the priority is in terms of regulating the global economy, it should be to tilt the balance back in favor of protecting public values and the public interest. In some ways, I believe one of the biggest problems of the digital world, the digital market, is the market itself. The outsized power for companies when it comes to governing technology, setting standards, making very impactful products and services that essentially end up eroding some of the roles that democratic governments have. And so when we look at international collaboration, multilateralism, I actually believe it is high time that countries, governments believe in democracy, the rule of law, and human rights, try to work together towards a tech governance model that puts the public interest first, that makes sure that there is independent oversight, that there is more transparency than we have now, and that there's a comprehensive vision around the impact at the crossroads of security, economy, and rights, because they all come together in the technology. That's why there's a real need to have a comprehensive model, and it's hard to speak of just, regulating one element of the economy or another. I'm happy to talk about this more, but this is my initial effort to say what I think the priority should be.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Andreas Schwab is member of the European Parliament and rapporteur of many important proposals for the European Parliament. And by the way, frequent speaker at the European Institute. So Andreas, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Calzolari, for your invitation. And I'm honored to speak at this very important round of very intelligent contributions. I think that the key message that the European Union is giving is that this legislation, which is composed by several acts and several tools, it's about making sure that our basic European constitutional principles that link Italy and Germany and further beyond the countries, that they are really put back into the center of the digital markets. And therefore, I very much like the comment of Mr. Fan that it's about governance. We want that democracy and open speech is at the center. We want that freedom of citizens, freedom of speech of citizens is at the center. And we want also markets being fair, because in a democracy, it's not only important that citizens have a freedom, but also that businesses can start from zero with the freedom to reach out to markets and are not blocked. And these basic values, these fundamental values that we have all together in 27 member states of the European Union, these values we want to bring in. And therefore, it's also important that we have a global outreach. And we have seen recent cases where platforms that link us, and they are very useful as innovative tools to link a global world, have been shown examples where we Europeans would have a different stance. And we want to have a common approach onto this to make sure to the platform world that we are united and that we put the citizens and the rights, the fundamental rights of the citizens first. For sure, this is in a global governance, not an easy task, but we should endeavor to get the best outcome.
Thank you so much, Andreas. This has been very interesting round as I was reviewing. So next step I would like to cover with you is to think about, so you mentioned different and important aspects of the topic of our panel. So what I would like to discuss now with you is how do we cooperate? So clearly there is a global dimension in what we are saying. We are talking about markets that do not really face boundaries. No, so digital markets don't have boundaries. So how do we cope with this type of environment? How is it possible for countries or a set of countries to start intervening, regulating in digital markets? And so let's start again with our round. So Vincenzo, I'm back to you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks to all the intervention because were amazing. I want to recall what Mariette say about comprehensive framework, because this is our problem in terms of legislation, that we have to have comprehensive framework taking account of all the identity card of the European Union in terms of freedom, respects of the human rights, and so on. At the same moment, we are a free market and open market, and our strategic autonomy was always to be considered open. We are going in this direction in terms of vision. So when a member of parliament and member of government, they have to implement this regulation, all these 3 new regulations, they have to upload itself in a way that is amazing if you think the challenge that is in front of us and the big delay that the European Union has it. But when we speak about strategic autonomy, it means that we are open for cooperation. And when we speak about cooperation, the strong cooperation within European Union means also a strong cooperation with those partners that share our values, starting from, for example, United States, where we are working and this particular new administration is going in the direction that we really appreciated. So the partnership between the firms of both sides of the Atlantic, they have to confront itself to the same big question, the comprehensive approach, the market capability, and the technological development that we have to share. I like also the European Union that play a role in the so-called level playing field, because in the digital space and the inclusion of entire production system in the value chain means also to call for a multilateral approach that has to have some reciprocity with other countries that we had no in the past. And we know that also in some cases, the digital space is also based on value. And based on value means also to secure our value for our citizen data. So comprehensive approach, European regulation, a strong partnership with the country that they share the same values that we have.
Thank you, Vincenzo. Cristina, it's your turn. The global.
Yes, I'm an antitrust person and I listen with interest to these different points of view. Let me try and put a slightly provocative perspective. Of course, we all agree violently that there is a need for some sort of international convergence, okay? But there is, I mean, in a way, we are converging towards similar goals. I want to see international getting on with it, not more discussions about what convergence may mean. And I don't mind a level of experimentation along different paths, as long as we are getting on with it. Because what I want to not see is further delays and cases that take too long and the regulation that takes far too long and gives incredible leeway for companies to continue to do nothing, which is the reason why we can see, as I said before, capitalization that are stellar because nobody believes that antitrust and regulation have got any teeth, because nobody has ever done very much. So what we are seeing now in Europe, yes, there are sort of common values, but it isn't the only show in town. And this idea of the Brussels effect, I think, has lost a little bit of its shine. We have initiatives in parallel in the UK, which is certainly doing its own thing. In Germany, Germany is doing its own thing also in parallel within the constraint. Australia is a super important agency that is doing its own things, not through regulation, but through markets inquiries and setting out sort of design of remedies. And then you have, of course, the super important role of the United States. The United States are agreeing with the sort of general goals, but they're not going about it in the same way for very clear cultural, historical, legal reasons. They have nothing in common with the old liberal fairness principles. They are coming to it, if they are on the extreme left, they're saying this is all about dispersion of economic power. If they are on the extreme right, they're saying break them up. And in the middle, you have the moderates that say, well, let's give a chance to reinvigorating antitrust litigation. And it isn't entirely the federal government. A lot of the work I'm involved in with the state AGs is state level, right? It's litigation brought about by the states. So we are in a world in which we are observing, yes, a general kind of convergence of sort of goals, but the ways to get there are very diverse. And not everybody is falling into line with the Brussels effect, but that's okay for me. I would like to see experimentation in this kind of field. More people doing slightly different things as long as we get on with it and not leave it too late. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Christina. Margrethe. Oh, sorry. I was wrong.
No problem.
Xiang, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, the title of this panel is, regulating the global digital economy, what role for international cooperation? I think there obviously a tremendous role for international cooperation, but how do we do it? Maybe I can offer two suggestions, one from the public governmental perspective and one from the public and private partnership perspective. One from the government or governmental bodies, obviously they can play an extremely important role by setting global standards or at least consensus on what the kind of set the rules of the road, as we call it in the US. So, for example, one agreement I really like recently is the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement. That is an agreement among Singapore, Chile, and New Zealand. Not very large economies, but definitely very forward-looking. And in this particular digital economy agreement, it set the rules and the framework for important digital issues, everything from data, but also they went beyond that. They discussed emerging technologies such as AI and blockchain. I think agreements like that, I think European Union can definitely play a role in that, is to provide a framework, a forward-looking framework, not just exposed to address issue, but to anticipate and to set and guide the rules. I think that would be tremendously helpful. And on the non-governmental side, I think a public and private partnership will be extremely helpful, especially in the technology space. A more bottom-up approach, so to speak, because we all know international official negotiations may take a while, to Christina's point, but we don't have to wait, right? We can support and complement the official process and provide ideas. On the World Economic Forum is the international organization for public and private partnership. We do quite a bit of work in this space. And for example, we actually have a group on digital payments that consists of central bankers around the world, so governments, and also companies, payments or mobile company, civil society, and academia. We'll bring them all together and say, what should the rules of the road be for digital payment? And then we present it to the governmental bodies. So I think in both from the governmental and non-governmental side, there are ways we can push and advocate for international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Xiang. Margrethe, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you so much. So I think one important and big question is, what should be the organizing principle for cooperation? We've heard here today a couple of thematic ideas, fairness in the economy, antitrust, the protection of fundamental rights, but also notions of, payment or identity or topics that can be important, data governance, et cetera, et cetera. There's also proposals being made that there should be new types of coalitions with countries that share an advantage, an interest, a stake in certain technologies, so-called T10 or varying assemblies of countries that, for example, have a semiconductor industry or AI industry or whatnot. And where I think that is problematic is that it actually separates out otherwise like-minded nations. And so I believe the organizing principle for international collaboration should really be the countries that share a belief in democracy, that share a commitment to the rule of law and to international law, and that circle of countries should be as big as possible. And this, I mean, we're talking in a European context, is going to ask quite a bit of questions from the EU to decide where it wishes to compromise, because indeed it has benefited from this first mover advantage. Christina mentioned the Brussels effect, the idea that, you know, the GDPR set a global standard. And so I think there's an expectation and maybe a little bit of complacency sometimes that the EU should be able to always set the rules and others might follow, even if growth, as the minister also said, is something that is a really important area not to forget. In any case, the question will have to be, what common ground can like-minded countries find, and can do so in the global perspective, where the urgency should not come from whether neighbors disagree a little bit, but rather whether neighbors can find each other in light of global challenges.
Thank you, Mariette. Thanks. Andreas, what's your take on the global dimension?
No, thank you very much. That comes at a very good moment, this question. And I have again the pleasure to put a bit of an additional point of view on it. I would like to join Mariette on the point that she said it's important that like-minded nations in the world move on. And I think the fact, for example, that the Cybersecurity Directive that I was the rapporteur of, together with the General Data Protection Regulation in Japan, has been taken over more or less 100%, shows how like-minded nations can work together, and by doing so even facilitate the work for platforms that act globally. We have seen that need for consensus that Xiang David has mentioned, also in the area of digital taxation, where the European Parliament just has adopted an important call on regulators and member states to make sure that at OECD or at G20 they will come together to find common principles for digital taxation. That is a very important topic, and here I think all countries in the end will work together, because on taxation they are too much concerned altogether. But it's also true that consensus that has been asked for is more difficult to achieve in areas of cooperation and co-regulation on competition and on basic freedom. So the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act cover areas where there are more problems. I mean, on digital markets, from my point of view, it's not a problem between the US and the European Union, and not even with Japan and Australia, because all the conflicts between so-called the old or the non-digital and the digital economy, they are in all countries of the European Union. And by the way, Christina, Germany is not doing something else than the others, because these proposals will be fully harmonized. So there will be one law for the whole of the European Union. And I think there we agree most of all. The key question will be, from my point of view, what we do in the area where freedom of speech is concerned, where we have our European approach on some regulatory questions. And there, I think the debate will be more difficult to make, to do. And I think the example with Donald Trump's ban on Facebook and on Twitter is the most common example that we know at the moment, that shows that on freedom of speech, on fundamental freedoms, there will be some questions where the Europeans have already some difficulties to move together. But when they move together, that can be a bit different compared to other parts of the world. And here I think we have intelligently to find ways for international cooperation, because for sure we want not to accept any reduction of the basic freedoms that the European citizens enjoy. And I think there, for us, it's most easy to find common ground with the Americans and, for example, the Japanese and the Australians. So we will work hard on this, and we have already some milestones, but now it's getting to the heart of the debate, and we have to be very clear what we want to achieve as Europeans in that.
Thank you, Andreas. Thanks a lot. So while we are preparing for questions from the audience, I would like to throw an element in our discussion, which is, since we're talking about global interaction, who wants to say something about one big player in the scene, which is China? How do we interact on these topics with China?
I'm happy to start.
Thank you.
It's been quite popular to say much more about that we don't want what China is doing. You know, in the United States for a long time, it was the very rare issue where bipartisan support could still be found, that almost everything coming out of China was harmful. In Europe, I believe there's been a much different view of China, at times naive, for example, about strategic takeovers of technologies, about strategic investments that came with strings attached, for example, when it came to positions on human rights. And we saw in Greece investments in a harbor failure to align with European allies. We see the 17+1 coalition, very strangely, you know, a separate set of EU member states that meets with Beijing. I think there should be only one coalition, and that should be organized around Brussels, the EU member states together. But having said that, if a strategy, and I believe it's not a strong one, should not be about being against another country's policies, it's better to act from a position of strength. So to simply be very clear about, you know, what our interests are, what the values are that we want to protect, and to consistently stand for that in negotiations, in how we deal with our own private sector. Because I remember well from being a member of European Parliament, I was on the International Trade Committee. We would travel to Beijing. The businesses from the EU had a long list of issues that they hoped the politicians would raise, as we did, because they were legitimate points. But our Chinese counterparts would nod and smile and say that these businesses were welcome to raise their points themselves, of course, knowing that that would never happen. And so this type of separation, fragmentation along national lines, along business versus governmental or political lines, is not helping. So I would say the EU needs to have a strong agenda, a strong set of issues that it cares about, so that it can engage on the basis of confidence, and a proactive set of issues that it wishes to work out with China or with others for that matter.
Thanks a lot.
If you want me, I can add on this very little. Because I think it's a very good point. I would say that we can be very proud of the fact that with the Americans, although all these giants at the moment are coming from the US, it's a very transparent atmosphere. We know exactly what the American government is doing. We know exactly how the American business has different points of views. And like that, it's very transparent, what helps us to understand that there are democratic forces behind that have that or another business behavior. I'm not really sure how this is about China. We have been seeing some companies, they're growing immensely, but apparently the Chinese government doesn't like their, let's say, behavior to continue. I mean, we believe that China has definitely a place for digital giants as well. And therefore, there will be some discussions, as Mariette has said, to be done to understand better the situation there. We know that the cooperation on economic matters has been going forward smoothly, especially also at the Global Competition Authority cooperation with the European Commission. And I think it's also good that the European Commission has recently proposed that directive on foreign subsidies, where we want to make clear that those companies that invest in Europe, they have to be treated as European companies. If they have good ideas, they are welcome. But if they are bringing with them hidden state aid, that will not be accepted. And I think like that, we can create that level playing field that Minister Amendola has mentioned before.
Yeah, maybe just 30 seconds from me. I'll say, while definitely stand up for values, try not to maybe politicize the tech space to the extent possible, because I think, you know, if we can find common grounds, it would go a long way to prevent the data islands that we're seeing happening. Just for example, when it comes to data privacy, there's a common perception that China or Chinese people don't care about data privacy. But if you look at what's happening on the ground, there's actually been a growing voice and backlash against companies who don't value privacy on the ground. So I think just one example. Yes, there are definitely a lot more complicated issues, but try to find some common grounds will also be helpful to pave the way. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. So I have a couple of questions from the audience. By the way, unfortunately, our time is really flying. So one question for Cristina from Benedita. So by definition, most of the big tech companies are inherently global. However, as Cristina has pointed out, there are 2 or 3 different views on how to regulate these companies. So can we expect global coordination to exist to realize what our regulatory silos expect to be created?
It's a very good question, and it is going to the core of what I was trying to say. I hear people here making a lot of good points about the need for coordination. My point is that, of course, these companies are global, but we have agreement fundamentally across, I think, a number of jurisdictions and blocks around what are the issues with these companies, what are the problems, how they have manifested themselves. So I don't think we need to debate any further the notion of network effects, the fact that there are economies of scope, the fact that this market tips, the fact that there is market power. We know that. So the issue is, how do we address it? And I think there is a difference which is inherent, as I said, in history, in legal practice, and in philosophy, which persists, but I don't think it's fatal. I think that the issue is urgency. That's why I said it's getting on with it, rather than just philosophizing about it for another 3 years. We have cases that have failed to deliver. This is fact. This is why in Europe, when you talk to Americans, they say, well, but you haven't really achieved anything on Google, right? So where did you go with that? So we need to get to a place where you enforce, and the enforcement is effective. Regulation is the next stage. And to Andreas's point, I know that Germany is going to be harmonized. My point was just they've evolved the competition law for now in a way that allows them to do regulation ahead of the DMA coming into force. But it is an interesting experiment that uses competition law to get itself ahead. In a way, I don't mind. I'm happy with the antitrust litigation revival in the US, because in the US, we've seen complete death for 20 years. Nothing was happening until you had the state AGs, and then you had the federal governments doing something. By all means, they don't believe in regulation. They think regulation is just common carrier stuff. And they all think that regulation is terrible, terrible, terrible. You should go there, because they think about regulation of railways and that failed. You know, if they achieve something effective, structural change with antitrust litigation, more power to them. I don't think we need to converge on the how. Let's just kind of do. That's my view.
Thank you. Thank you, Cristina. A quick question for Vincenzo. There is a lot of talk for international cooperation between EU and the big jurisdictions like the US, Australia. I'm cutting short the question. But can Europe have an international stance if it is internally fragmented at the digital regulation level? Really few words, Vincenzo, and then we have to close.
Yeah, a few words, just a joke. Sometimes we are stronger when we have to be united with the non-EU member than when we have to discuss among ourselves. So I think that the regulation that MEP was mentioning now yesterday from Vestager on the level playing field is a way. Then if we go on the fiscal dumping within the EU, we see that we have many fights. So in this sense, I think we are moving, and we have to move faster.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. So one probably last question for Andreas by Philip. Will the data disclosure requirement for prospective gatekeepers in the draft of DMA hinder or help European tech startups relative to startups elsewhere?
I mean, that proposal of the European Commission is not yet endorsed by Parliament, so we will have to see as to whether it survives the process of the lawmakers. But obviously, I think, Mr. Minister Amendola has mentioned it, what we want to achieve is that Europe remains an open place for all digital companies and also for all non-digital companies, and a place where innovation is flourishing. And to achieve this, we have to find the right balance of freedom of business and of regulation. And that's what we aim at. And I kindly ask to give us a bit of patience and time still to come to an agreement. In the end, we will see where it ends. But so far, it's not clear that this proposal will survive the parliamentary process.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. We are about to close. So let me just wrap up. We need to be quick. We need to be patient, and we need to cooperate on this important topic. So I will close our panel here, and let me really thank warmly all of you for your really enlightening speeches and ideas. And I really enjoyed the diversity and the different questions that we addressed in this panel and the different views that we have seen. So thanks a lot for being with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
for the live broadcast. Alexander, you are connected with our guest. Can you hear us?
I can hear you very well. Hopefully Kristalina can hear me too. No worries, Kristalina. This is live, so it'll be fun. We'll go with audio, no problem. Okay, tutto bene, should we begin?
Okay, so please, a few moments. Yes, okay, I try. Excuse me. Excuse me, we have to start. So, please. Okay, so we start with an introduction on stage. Then we join the virtual room in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, live.
Welcome back to the State of the Union conference. This is the final session of day one, and this is the conversation on global economy. Back on stage is Alexander Stubb, and this conversation we're expecting to hear from
Kristalina Georgieva. But alas, things happen, you know, when you do live programs. There seems to be a connection problem, and what we're working on at the moment is to get the connection at least on audio, and we're hoping to hear Kristalina soon enough. But now I became the person to be interviewed, I guess.
So I'll do that as we're waiting for Kristalina Georgieva to join us, of course. Now, this is the hybrid event, and I think over the past years, since the beginning of the pandemic, we have all got really used to some connection challenges and troubles every now and then, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't get that stressed about them anymore. I mean, you work with live TV, you know, I've had my own blunders throughout my career. So these things happen when you're dealing with technology and you can't always trust it. I think, you know, today has gone really well in other aspects. We haven't really had any problems technically. These things happen. But we had a big COVID session here a while back and we had an audio problem. So, you know, these things happen.
It happens, yeah, absolutely. So the conversation, the final one, the final session of the day one is on global economy. And let me ask you this, just over a year since the beginning of the pandemic, what started initially as a health crisis turned into a massive economic COVID-19 crisis. What's your conclusions, lessons to draw over this year?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think every leader around the world is going to be basically judged on 3 criteria. The first criteria is quite morbid. It's the number of fatalities, you know, both in the beginning of the pandemic and later on as well. So people are doing a lot of comparing and contrasting, either per capita or in general. The second criteria is going to be on the vaccine rollout. You know, there seems to be this sort of competition of who can get there first to 70%. And of course, today was really interesting to listen to President Ursula von der Leyen. She basically came out and said she's confident that the target of the European Union of 70% of adults will be vaccinated by the end of July. And on top of that, she said, listen, we are the pharmacy of the world. 200 million doses distributed in Europe and 200 million doses exported around the world. And that's a very strong claim and it's a strong message as well. So that's the second criteria. And the third criteria is the one that you're asking about, is the economy. And I think a lot of people around the world are going to, you know, look, okay, how do we get out of this? It's been an exceptional year. You could say that everyone basically turned Keynesian and went and started stimulating the economies. And I think the European Union, because this is a State of the Union, was actually quite quick in the way in which it reacted.
Well, I'm sure that you heard lots of criticism when it comes to the situation in the European Union with vaccine rollout, and there were some saying that it was rather slow, comparing it to some other countries. What's your take on that? Because of course, this is so crucial for everything, for all of us to get back to normal as much as possible, for the economy to recover as much as possible and as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think the logic of the public communication and the discourse that we have on it is quite, you know, human and natural in a sense. So in the beginning, everyone packs together, say, okay, we'll get out of this together. Well, then when we get a bit bored with what's going on, we start looking at the bad side. And of course, I think the vaccine debate started only in January. I think good news number one, we have vaccines. Good news number two, we have plenty of them. And hopefully good news number three is we'll get the rollout. So my take on it is that there is a lag, and I'm sorry, I'm only talking about the Western world here. There's a lag of roughly 4 to 6 weeks between the European Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States. But what all leaders do is they focus on what they're best at. So that's why you'll probably see, you know, Boris Johnson banging his chest and say, the UK is doing well. Well, the EU is going to catch up with the UK in the summer. But that's not going to solve the crisis because, you know, no one is safe until everyone is safe, and we need to get the vaccines out there into the world.
Let's just check quickly if we have Kristalina Georgieva joining us. We are experiencing some trouble, but she's joining us on audio.
Kristalina, hello, are you there?
Hi, I'm right here, Alex. I'm very sorry that video is fading us, but hopefully we can still have a good conversation just on voice.
There's always a good conversation when you are involved. And of course, paradoxically, remember, we were thinking about recording this event, but hey, that's a bygone now. Let's, with the remaining 20 minutes that we have, let's go through, if you allow me, Kristalina, a few things to our audience. You will know, of course, you know, Kristalina is one of our superstars. She's now a managing director of the IMF, former commissioner, and many other things. And let's try to focus on 3 things. And let's begin with an overview of the global economic outlook and focus on that. My first question to you, Kristalina, is you were involved in the financial crisis and the euro crisis, and now you've been involved in the COVID crisis. How different is the COVID crisis from the financial crisis, looking at it from the IMF's perspective?
It is different in 3 ways. One, this is a truly global crisis. During the global financial crisis, it was advanced economies primarily, with emerging markets, many of them coming through quite soundly. Secondly, it is a very unusual crisis in which both demand and supply are being hit. We basically said to producers, don't produce, and to consumers, don't consume. And thirdly, it is very different in terms of the impact we now see of very significantly different fiscal space for action and different situation in vaccinations across the world. To put it very simply, what we face is a risk of a great divergence. One part of the world, primarily advanced economies, some emerging markets, likely to recover much faster, whereas the rest of the emerging markets and low-income countries falling further behind. And that calls for concentration on how we can accelerate the exit from the crisis everywhere. And we know there are two things we all must focus on and do. One, recognize that vaccine policy in 21, in 22 is number one economic policy. Vaccinations everywhere is the one and only pathway to end the crisis around the world. And two, help countries with less capacity of their own. And there is where places like the IMF have stepped up. We have provided support to 86 countries. Never we have done so much so fast. And with the help of our membership, we are coming up with $650 billion new allocation of special drawing rights, the reserve assets of the IMF, to boost reserves everywhere.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the IMF is taking on a different type of role this time around. And I think you're absolutely right that in many ways it's a global crisis. So in that sense, it's symmetrical. But the way in which it's hit us is asymmetrical, and the way in which we get out of it is going to be asymmetrical as well. Could you go through perhaps a couple of the ideas on the forecast? I mean, how do you see the global forecast? When was the last time you came out with numbers, and how do you see the economy developing in the coming months?
We came in April with somewhat better picture for the world economy. It is on sound footing. We had two engines working strongly, the US and the Chinese economy. And we expect that by the summer, the European Union will also catch up with vaccinations, and on the back of those vaccinations, accelerate the recovery. What we put as a number for this year, 6% growth. For next year, 4.4% economic growth. This is on face value very strong, but let's remember that the world economy shrunk by 3.3% in 2020, and catching up for majority of countries is going to be a very long haul. We expect that this year 150 economies will finish below their pre-crisis level, below 2019 level. And what is even more troubling, we expect that 110 economies will be still below their pre-crisis level next year, by the end of next year. So when we look at the picture, we recognize that this uneven recovery is a serious problem to be mindful of. And also in our projections for this and next year, we were clear that there is a great deal of uncertainty, and the uncertainty is mostly in the race between the virus and the vaccine. We have seen very, very troubling developments in India. We don't yet know how the various mutations are going to work, And in that context, it is paramount to have international cooperation on the health front as well as on the economic front. We are in this together. We can come out of it only together.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, a second theme I wanted to touch upon is a little bit sort of the idea of green recovery from COVID and climate change and sustainability. I've just been immersed in Bill Gates' latest book, and he talks about, you know, the world emitting or adding roughly 51 tons of carbon per year. And I know that, you know, you've been very adamant in your fight against climate change and green issues. So, how can we make, my first question is, how can we make use of the crisis to establish more resilient and sustainable economies?
If we learn something from this crisis is that we have to think of resilience in a different manner, much broader than what we did after the 2009 crisis, when our focus was the resilience of the banking system. What was done worked. We thankfully do not face now a financial crisis, but it is simply not enough for a world that is much more shock prone. And without any doubt, the climate crisis is as dramatic, if not as sudden as the COVID crisis, and maybe even more so. When we look at resilience in the context of what we learned from the COVID crisis, we need to have resilient people that are educated, healthy, with social protection that allows them to absorb shocks, to be able to continue to function. We need a resilient planet, something that we have been unfortunately and regrettably ignoring for far too long. And of course, we need resilient economies in which there is clear capacity to use our tax system to raise revenues and then improve the quality of our spending so we make best use of money. When we started assessing how this crisis is affecting the attitudes toward climate, initially, many of us, me included, we were very worried that the climate crisis would fall off the attention of the world because of COVID. But actually, the exact opposite seems to have happened. People are more aware that we are dependent on Mother Nature and we are dependent on each other. And what we are seeing is gradually much more attention to how a response to COVID can be green. And that is translating into shift upwards of spending public and also private for climate resilience. In the very first round, by October in 2020, very little, some 5% of the funding that went to fight the COVID-induced economic crisis went for low carbon climate resilient investments. This percentage is moving upwards, and I want to say bravo to the EU. The 37% commitment in the Next Generation EU is exactly the example everybody must follow. And obviously, we are advocating at the IMF for a three-pronged approach. One, put a price on carbon and gradually increase this price to have a good, strong incentive for decarbonization. Two, public investment on a massive scale to create the infrastructure for the new climate economy. Three, just transition. Make sure that those parts of the economy and those parts of society, people negatively affected by this transition, are being helped so we can all move together into a sustainable future.
Yeah, I think that's a very clear and good three-point agenda to have, and I really like the way in which you framed it, that actually COVID has made us more aware of the climate issues. And I think you're absolutely right. The fight against climate change is not something that we're going to regulate ourselves out of. It's going to have to come through incentives and technological innovation, of course. By the way, I think the interesting fact is that if we emit 51 tons of carbon, billion tons of carbon per year, in the COVID year we will have done roughly 4 billion tons less. But the energy consumption is not going to be reduced, and that's why I think your agenda, Kristalina, at the IMF is very good. Now, let me move to the third and final area that I wanted to discuss today, and that's sort of the responses to the pandemic, because in the words of Ivan Krastsev, one of your countrymen, I think he said there's been this sort of dictatorship of comparisons, but you could look at it from a positive side as well. You can compare and contrast. So what do you think are the best practices to get back on track from the pandemic? Which are the countries that have done well?
What we have seen is that countries that have done well have introduced measures to control the pandemic early, and they have applied science-based approach by contact tracing, testing in a regular manner, and keeping the people safe, but then also the economy functioning. And it is not really a matter of rich or poor countries. It is a matter of being prudent. A country like Vietnam has done really well. A country like South Korea has done really well. And we see now the next stage of vaccinations done in a systematic and again, science-based manner. The second is how countries have used fiscal space to concentrate on the most vulnerable people and most vulnerable parts of the economy. And of course, here it is much more income dependent. Advanced economies have provided 28% nearly of GDP to support through monetary and fiscal policy their businesses and their people. Emerging markets around 7%, low-income countries less than 2%, 1.9% of their tiny GDP. So we have to recognize that some actions policymakers take wisely, but others they cannot easily take without some degree of international cooperation. And perhaps the important thing for us to face is that this is not over. We are still to come through this crisis. How governments, policymakers, and businesses are going to act in the recovery to reduce scarring is going to matter tremendously. And here I want to make 2 points. One is inevitably policy support will have to be withdrawn. That has to be done very carefully because last year bankruptcies were less than the average in the previous years. Why? Because of the massive policy support. Yes, it helped us to steer through the crisis. Alex, it would have been 3 times deeper recession without this support. But it cannot be sustained forever. And once we start withdrawing these policy measures, then inevitably firms that are on weaker footing in sectors that are shrinking as we exit the crisis, they're going to be in a tougher spot and bankruptcies are going to go up. So good insolvency frameworks built to help in this transition are going to be hugely, hugely important. And then 2, we need to prepare for the interest rates possibly going up, especially important to watch US interest rates because of the significance movement there has for the rest of the world. And when we say low for longer, we don't mean low forever. Once this inevitable process of strong growth reflecting into change in the accommodation of monetary policy, then we face a very serious risk of this great divergence I spoke about. Those countries that are not yet growing, that are falling behind in an environment of potentially interest rates going up, if they are especially under high debt level, they may find themselves in a very tough spot. So thinking about the scarring of the crisis, how we exit the necessary accommodative policies, how we do it prudently, this is going to be the next important stage. And I must say, I'm not sure that the easiest part is ahead. It may very well prove that moving into the next stage of the recovery would demand a lot from policy makers. And one final point, a crisis is an opportunity. We know that we have had problems before. Alex, we had anemic growth, low productivity, a looming climate crisis, and protests in many countries because of inequality going up. How we deal with these problems now that we have a chance to reform the tax policy, make it fit for the 21st century, how we address inequalities, how we deal with the climate crisis, this is going to be our legacy, and it is up to us to make it so that we are moving into a fairer and greener future.
I think that's a wonderful way to put it, and I would love to end it at this. But there's one thing, Kristalina, I'm going to have to ask you. This has been a newsworthy, interesting day in many ways. You will know, because I know you and I are both avid activists on Twitter, so you follow things, you follow news much like I do. The big issue yesterday emerged when President Joe Biden said that they would lift intellectual property rights on vaccines, basically patents. And today, of course, we started the State of the Union with President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, saying the sort of essentially same thing, or saying she's open to discussing it. Now, after that, we've seen Chancellor Angela Merkel being a little bit more skeptical about it. So this is a sort of wannabe journalist in me. What is the position or what is the view of Managing Director of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva? Will this help and alleviate the production of vaccines? So what are your initial thoughts on this, basically?
At the IMF, we have been very clear that the economic argument for removing obstacles to accelerate production and to speed up vaccination is very strong. We will be $9 trillion richer between now and 2025 if we accelerate vaccinations. Making it possible to scale up production is one contributor to then making this crisis sooner rather than later one we exit durably from. But let me make 2 points. This would only work if we have two conditions in place. One, a very transparent process of allocating production capacity and then distribution of vaccines that are being produced. Today, we simply don't quite know how much is being produced, where, who has contracted it, what is the delivery schedule, what does it mean for a fair distribution of vaccines. And that transparency is paramount. I know that many in the G20 are talking about more transparent coordination of production. So if there would be moving some production capacity faster in developing countries, if there is transparency, that would certainly help. Two, we need to remember there are reasons why people are concerned about it, and the number one reason is a health reason, and it is counterfeit. Getting vaccines produced in a non-viable manner, to put it very politely, or just simply making money out of messing up what the production actually is. So there is value in this extraordinary crisis to take this extraordinary step for temporarily. Some say maybe 18 months is the period we needed, maybe 2 years, to ease the expansion of production. But it is not a silver bullet. It does require these other two aspects, transparency and measures to prevent counterfeiting vaccines, which, by the way, has already happened in a couple of places. And that is why I think the attention to that, the putting in place a sound system to do it is so very, very critical.
I think this is a really good way to end the discussion. I think your argumentation in this case for easing the intellectual property rights was very measured and well qualified. It's always a privilege to talk to you, Kristalina. This time around we didn't see you on the screen, but perhaps next year we can see each other here at the State of the Union live.
So that is my promise, Alex. I will be there three-dimensional next time.
Lovely. And I will give you a hug next time around without a mask as well. With these words, we start wrapping it up for today. I would like to thank personally, of course, Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF, for joining us. And then I will hand it over to Sasha, who's been our wonderful master of ceremony for the whole day.
Thank you so much to Kristalina Georgieva for this closing session, and thanks to all of our speakers today. That is indeed a wrap, but only a wrap for day one. Stay tuned. Tomorrow we are back for the second day of the 10th anniversary of the State of the Union Conference.
Florence, one of the cities where the debate on the future of Europe takes place.
We achieved so much in the last decades.